Chapter 108. The VIP building was more than 70 meters away from Yixing and Xiongqisheng. More than 70 meters was not a short distance. Not to mention a 7th-level master, even an 8th-level guru would find it difficult to use his internal strength to attack more than 70 meters away to kill the enemy. Wang Haiqing was able to send a palm print more than 70 meters away in the blink of an eye from such a long distance. This level of skill was simply appalling. Most importantly, this palm print was as big as a door. If this palm were to hit the target, it was very likely that the target would be smashed into meat paste like a fly swatter swatting a mosquito. Yixing did not continue to attack Xiongqisheng. At this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying life and death crisis. Soft bone palm. Yixing brushed his hands in an instant. All the bones in his body softened and his body became as soft as a snake. The moment Yixing came into contact with this huge palm print, he integrated the wind force into his lightness skill and performed the flying swan skill. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yixing was instantly sent flying by the huge palm print. However, his body was as light as a feather, like a piece of paper. He floated in the air for more than 30 meters before landing on the ground. When Yixing landed on the ground, a warrior in his 50s appeared next to Xiongqisheng. This man was wearing a black brocade robe, and had a tall stature. His whole body was releasing an aura that was as deep as the sea, which was very terrifying. This person was Wang Haiqing, one of the 3 deputy deans. In such a short time, he had appeared in the middle of the square from the highest floor of the VIP building. Wang Haiqing's speed was simply uncanny. All the students did not see how Wang Haiqing appeared. They only knew that in the blink of an eye, he was not beside Xiongqisheng. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Xiongqisheng. Wang Haiqing pushed Yixing back with one palm. After appearing beside Xiongqisheng, he did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Xiongqisheng with a haggard expression. Xiongqisheng's mouth was bleeding. There were more than 10 footprints on his chest. A large part of his chest had caved in. Obviously, his bones were broken. He was seriously injured and had already fainted. Seeing that Xiongqisheng was so badly injured, Wang Haiqing's eyes were burning with anger again. Yixing landed more than 100 feet away. He retreated nearly 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His attainment in the soft bone palm was extremely high. It had reached the perfection realm. In addition, in a life-or-death situation, he was able to perform exceptionally well. It had almost reached the level of perfection. In addition, he had integrated the flying swan skill into the wind force. Yixing's body was as light as a feather. Therefore, although the power contained in the palm print was terrifying, it only sent him flying more than 100 feet away and did not hurt him. Of course, this was also because he was too far away from Wang Haiqing. They were more than 70 meters apart. Although Wang Haiqing's palm print was frightening, it also lost a lot of power. If they were closer, Yixing would definitely be seriously injured. Wang Haiqing grabbed Xiongqisheng's shoulders and helped him up. Seeing that Xiongqisheng's breathing was weak and unconscious, a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Little bastard. Wang Haiqing's gaze turned towards Yixing. His expression was frightening and almost crazy. Many students, seeing Wang Haiqing's expression, were shocked and subconsciously retreated. Yixing looked straight at Wang Haiqing's frightening gaze, but his expression did not change. He loudly said, "Xiongqisheng and I have signed a life and death contract. In this decisive battle, life and death are determined by fate. No one is allowed to interfere. Vice Principal Wang, are you the king of the Zishan Academy? Can you trample on the rules and oppress students at will? In front of so many people, what do you think the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy are? What do you think Principal Zishan Ho is?" Yixing's words were stern and righteous. Hearing this, the majority of the students felt relieved. At this moment, they were all standing on Yixing's side. A battle of life and death was a matter of life and death. What kind of big deal was this? If someone could casually interfere in such a battle of life and death, which student would not feel suffocated? If there came a day when they were in a life and death situation with another person, and the result was that the other person could only kill them and they could not kill the other person, even if they had the upper hand, they would still be stopped. Any student would be furious at this thought. Of course, when they heard Yixing's words, not only did they feel relieved, but they also broke out in cold sweat for Yixing. They also admired Yixing's courage. Wang Haiqing was clearly furious at this moment. Especially from his expression, his heart was filled with killing intent. Yixing did not show any weakness in front of Wang Haiqing. Could it be that he was not afraid that Wang Haiqing would kill him in a fit of anger? All the students were shocked. However, Yixing could clearly see that even if Wang Haiqing had 10,000 times the courage, Wang Haiqing would not dare to touch him. This was because Wang Haiqing was only the vice principal of the Zishan Academy. Above him, there was still Principal Zishan Ho suppressing him. Wang Haiqing's interference in a life and death battle was already a violation of the rules. If he dared to kill him in front of everyone, that would be an even worse action. The consequences would definitely be severe. Zishan Ho would not allow such a thing to happen in the Zishan Academy. If the vice principal became enraged and killed someone in front of everyone, who would dare to come to such an academy? Which family would dare to let their most outstanding younger generation enter such an academy? In this way, if Wang Haiqing was not severely punished by Zishan Ho, the entire Zishan Academy would be crippled. Moreover, just now, the two vice principals Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran were singing a different tune from Wang Haiqing, publicly praising Yixing. But now, the two of them did not say a word. This was clearly a bit strange. Since the two vice principals Wu and Li Xiaoran were enemies with Wang Haiqing, it was impossible for them to not stop Wang Haiqing from breaking the rules. Since they did not stop him, there was only one possibility, and that was that Wang Haiqing did not break the rules enough. They were probably waiting for Wang Haiqing to make a move. If Wang Haiqing dared to kill Yixing, the two of them would be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Therefore, as long as Wang Haiqing had the slightest bit of brain, he would not make a move against Yixing. Therefore, Yixing was very calm when facing the angry Wang Haiqing. The truth was just as Yixing expected. Even though Wang Haiqing was extremely angry, and his killing intent towards Yixing was incomparably strong, he did not dare to do anything to Yixing. Wang Haiqing only snorted angrily, then carried Xiong Qisheng in his arms. His figure was like lightning, quickly leaving the square, and soon disappeared from sight. The students all let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. When they looked at Yixing again, their gazes were resolutely different. Just as he entered the Purple Mountain Academy, he was eliminated from the gifted class and became a student of the common class. Moreover, in the first month of being a student of the common class, he was punished and did not attend a single day of class. In this short span of a month, Yixing became first place in the new student assessment. Moreover, he defeated the elite of the advanced gifted class, Xiong Qisheng, and even confronted the vice principal Wang Haiqing without any change in expression. These events caused the majority of the students' view of Yixing to undergo a 180-degree change. From the initial contempt and disdain, to shock and jealousy, and finally to admiration and admiration. The matter ended when Xiong Qisheng was taken away by Wang Haiqing. The students dispersed in shock and admiration. Yixing had become an influential figure among the students. There was no one who did not know of him. Wherever Yixing went, the majority of the students would respectfully address him as Senior Brother Yi. Even the advanced class students found it difficult to be arrogant when they saw Yixing. Even the students who had a problem with Yixing would take a detour when they saw Yixing. They were very afraid of Yixing. Senior Brother Yixing, if the family knew of your progress in the Purple Mountain Academy, I don't know how happy they would be. The entire Ye family is proud of you. Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai did not leave with the students. Instead, they came to Yixing. Yi Yunlong's voice was filled with awe and admiration for Yixing. Wei Qingxian also did not leave. He came to Yixing, waved his fist and said, "Yixing, you have created another miracle. Let's make a bet and see who will become a martial Dao master first." Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also did not leave. However, they did not say anything. They only quietly followed behind Yixing. Looking at Yixing's back, their eyes were filled with admiration. The two of them were very glad that the person Yixing had decided to kill was Nie Dong and not one of them. They were also glad that they had made the right choice. The matter ended just like that. Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, the two vice principals, had said that Yixing was a pillar of the academy and praised Yixing. However, in the end, the two of them did not ask for Yixing to return to the gifted class. After the glory, Yixing was still a student of the ordinary class. It was only when Yixing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Yunlong, and Yi Yundai parted ways and returned to dorm 175 that the ordinary class 10 teacher, Cui Haoran, came to talk to him about his return to the gifted class. Cui Haoran said, "Yixing, your performance today shocked the entire academy. Even if your heavenly fate realm is not high, your strength is great. The academy values you greatly. If you want to return to the gifted class, you can apply to the academy. Your wish will definitely be granted." "I have to apply to return to the gifted class for the academy to approve? He. They really do value me." After a month, Yixing found that there was not much difference between being in the ordinary class and the gifted class. The difference was 1 star accumulating pill per month, which was only 12 pills per year. And he had won first place in the new student assessment. The reward he received was not only 12-star accumulating pills, but also 3 high-grade medicinal herbs. If the academy asked him to return to the gifted class, Yixing would naturally return, but if he applied himself, Yixing expressed his thoughts to Cui Haoran, "I think the ordinary class is good, so I won't apply." In the depths of the academy, in Wang Haiqing's mansion, on a big bed in a room. The blood on Xiong Qisheng's mouth had been wiped away and ointment had been applied to his wounds. However, he still did not wake up. Beside the bed, Wang Haiqing clenched his fists and looked at Xiong Qisheng with a terrifying flame in his eyes. "Sheng, hurry up and get better. Father will definitely avenge you. I will not forgive that little bastard, absolutely not." The people of the Purple Mountain Academy were very curious. Xiong Qisheng was not the student with the best aptitude, the highest cultivation, and the greatest potential in the gifted class. Why did he win the favor of the vice principal Wang Haiqing and become Wang Haiqing's personal disciple? No one would have thought that Xiong Qisheng was Wang Haiqing's illegitimate son. Even Xiong Qisheng did not know. Today's plot setting took a lot of time, so the update was a bit slow. Sorry. But brothers, please rest assured. Today's update will definitely be updated 4 times. No matter how late it is. Today, the Arrow God has another alliance master. Brother destined for life, I am infinitely grateful. Begging for votes. Chapter 109. Senior Brother Yi, why don't you return to the gifted class? After Haoran left, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo asked in confusion. The treatment of the gifted class was double that of the ordinary class. Which student did not want to be in the gifted class? The reason why Nie Dong, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo obeyed Xiong Qisheng was because Xiong Qisheng had promised them that he would get them back to the gifted class as soon as possible. From this, it could be seen that the temptation of the gifted class was indeed not low. Now that the academy had asked Yixing to apply to return to the gifted class, he could return. However, Yixing did not want to return, which really surprised Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. Yixing did not want to return because the academy did not directly ask him to return. Instead, he needed to apply himself. His pride was at stake, so he did not want to return. Of course, there was no need to explain this to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. Yixing smiled faintly and said, I think that cultivating in the ordinary class is not bad. It will not be slower than the gifted class. The most important thing in cultivation is to rely on oneself. If you have ambition in your heart and persevere, you will be able to go far on the martial Tao. A firm heart is more important than superior resources. The first part of the sentence was casual, while the latter part was casual. It was Yi Xing's martial Tao comprehension. After a pause, Yi Xing continued, "Next, you should also cultivate diligently. I have decided to enter the Clear Sky mountain range to gain experience soon. I will take you with me. These 2-star accumulating pills are for you." While speaking, Yi Xing took out 2 high-grade star accumulating pills and gave one to each of them. This time, Yi Xing had won first place in the freshman assessment and received 12-star accumulating pills as a reward. Moreover, he also received 3 high-grade star accumulating pills, which were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. It did not matter whether he received more or less high-grade star accumulating pills. Yi Xing did not return to the gifted class. It was not purely because of his pride. The most important reason was that his progress in the past month had made him understand that there was not much difference between the gifted class and the ordinary class. If he stayed in the Purple Mountain Academy for a few years, the difference in treatment between the gifted class and the ordinary class was still very big. However, Yi Xing felt that it was unlikely that he would stay in the Purple Mountain Academy for a few years. His goal was to become a martial saint within a year. Once he became a martial saint, he would be above the vice headmaster of the academy. Why should he care about the treatment of the academy? Furthermore, the Purple Mountain Academy did not even have a student in the 9th stage of the martial path. If Yi Xing became a martial saint in a year, who would be able to teach him? At that time, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would not stay in Mount Indigo Academy. As such, he didn't care about the difference in treatment between the gifted class and the normal class. To Yi Xing, the superbrain was his best teacher. He should make full use of his strengths and train in Emerald Cloud Mountain Range. Only then could he grow faster. Therefore, Yi Xing had already made a decision. When he used up all the resources he had, he would go to the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to train. The current him could enter the depths of the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to hunt high-level vicious beasts and find high-grade medicinal ingredients. There was a huge gap between the 6th and 7th stages of the martial path. Yi Xing could not just stay in the academy and wait for the academy to give him resources. There were many students in the academy and the resources allocated were very little. If he wanted to quickly break through to the 7th stage of the martial path, it was inevitable that he would go to the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to train. During the day, Yi Xing went to the ordinary class 10. During the class, Yi Xing divided his attention. While he cultivated the Qingyuan art, he also paid attention to the changes in the class. In the past, Yi Xing could carry water and cultivate at the same time. Now, it was naturally easier for him to cultivate at the same time. In class, Yi Xing was completely a top student. Whether it was theory or practice, Yi Xing could perfectly answer all the questions. At night, Yi Xing cultivated the upper-grade body refining technique, silver body technique. His bronze body technique had long been perfected. However, cultivating the body refining technique required medicinal ingredients. Yi Xing had not had time to collect medicinal ingredients, so he stopped cultivating the body refining technique for a period of time. Now that Yi Xing had obtained 3 upper-grade medicinal ingredients, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate the body refining technique. If his silver body technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, it would be much easier to defeat Xiong Qisheng. These 3 upper-grade medicinal ingredients were all sealwort fruit. The sealwort fruit was much larger than the blood dike. Therefore, although they were both upper-grade medicinal ingredients, one sealwort fruit was at least equivalent to the total medicinal strength of 10 blood dike. The medicinal strength of 3 sealwort fruits was no less than 30 blood dike. Moreover, Yi Xing had eaten too many blood dike, so continuing to eat would not have much effect. However, he had not eaten the sealwort fruit yet. It was very effective for his silver body technique cultivation. Time passed day by day, and soon, 10 days had passed. Originally, Yixing estimated that even if his cultivation method was of a higher grade, allowing him to refine the high-rank accumulating star pills faster than other cultivators, it would still take him at least a month to refine and absorb 10 high-rank accumulating star pills. However, to his surprise, in just 10 days, he had absorbed and refined all the medicinal strength of 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills. His cultivation had been promoted to the peak of LV6. Other martial artists would take at least 2 or 3 months to refine 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills. Is the effect of Qingyuan technique so incredible after being improved to the supreme level? Yixing felt strange and could not understand. He could only attribute the reason to his supreme level Qingyuan technique. Not only did Yixing refine and absorb the upper-grade star accumulation pills quickly, but so did the sealwort fruit. In 10 days, Yixing had absorbed more than 90% of the medicinal strength of the 3 sealwort fruits, and his silver body technique had broken through to the great accomplishment realm as he wished. Yixing had only used 3 yellow essence fruits to cultivate the silver body technique to the profound realm. It was not easy to cultivate an upper-grade body refining technique. In fact, other martial artists could not cultivate the silver body technique to the profound realm even if they had 10 yellow essence fruits. The reasons why Yixing could do so were, firstly, Yixing's bronze body technique had been cultivated to the perfection realm and was extremely consolidated. Secondly, Yixing's skeleton cultivation was complete. The further he progressed, the more important the complete skeleton cultivation was. Thirdly, Yixing had used the super brain to deduce and improve the silver body technique, so he had the best cultivation method. The resources of the body technique were naturally important, but the body's absorption of resources was also important. With the same resources, different martial artists' final attainments in the body technique were absolutely different. That was the difference in the body's absorption of resources. Because of these 3 reasons, it was very difficult for other martial artists to cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even if Yixing put in 10 times the effort and 10 times the resources, he might not be able to achieve it. Firstly, it was difficult to cultivate the upper-grade body technique. Secondly, when a martial artist reached the 7th level of cultivation, the internal strength became very important. Martial artists began to focus on the internal strength and ignore the physical body. Therefore, almost no 7th-level martial artists could cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even for 8th-level martial artists, there were not many who could cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. The 3 sealwort fruits and 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills were all consumed. Without the cultivation resources, he did not know how long it would take for him to reach the 7th level of the martial Tao with the resources of 1 upper-grade star accumulation pill per month. It should be time for him to go to the Qingyun Mountains to gain experience. Yixing asked Chu Haoran for a leave of absence. Regardless of whether it was theory class or practical class, Yixing was able to answer all of Cui Haoran's questions with full marks. Sometimes, his answers were even more comprehensive and accurate than Cui Haoran. Cui Haoran felt that there was nothing he could teach Yixing. Yixing's request for leave was naturally approved. Even Yixing's leave of absence for Wu Yuan and Ma Bo was approved by Chu Haoran. If it were other freshmen, it was basically impossible for them to leave the academy for a long time. The 3 of them took 3 demonic horses from the academy and left the Purple Mountain Academy, heading towards the Emerald Cloud Mountains. Vice Principal, Yixing has left the academy. I heard that he asked for a leave of absence to train. He went to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Just as Yixing left the academy, Wang Haiqing's spy reported to him. Wang Haiqing's eyes lit up. Because the conflict between him and Yixing was known by all the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy, it was not easy for Wang Haiqing to deal with Yixing in the academy. He would be gossiped about. If Yixing had left the academy, it would be easy to deal with. Going out to gain experience had a certain degree of danger. It was normal for him to die outside. Wang Haiqing immediately went to the beast garden. As the vice principal, he had a flying mount, a high-grade vicious beast, blue-winged eagle. The demon horses that Yixing and the other two rode were mid-grade vicious beasts. They were very fast. Without a flying mount, it would be difficult to catch up. Wang Haiqing had just arrived at the beast garden. Before he could release the blue-winged eagle, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. The sound of something breaking through the air disappeared in an instant and was replaced by the sound of something sharp piercing wood. Wang Haiqing looked towards the direction of the sound. There was a black arrow stuck in the tree beside him. The tail of the arrow was slightly trembling. It was clear that the arrow's power was terrifying. If the target of this arrow was him, Wang Haiqing would not have been able to dodge in such a short period of time. He would have been killed by the arrow. This made Wang Haiqing's back break out in a layer of cold sweat. However, what really made his heart tremble was the owner of this arrow. In the Zishan County, there was only one person who could shoot an arrow to his side without him knowing where the person who shot the arrow was. A voice sounded in Wang Haiqing's ears, "As the vice principal, you have been unfair and have failed in your duty. Since you are eager to protect your disciple, I will not argue with you. However, if you harm a student's life, I will not forgive you." There was no one around Wang Haiqing. The person who spoke was clearly using profound inner strength to transmit his voice from 1,000 miles away. Wang Haiqing's face was filled with shock as fear flashed across his eyes. He never expected that Yixing would attract the attention of such a person, even to the point of being protected. "I will obey the Marquis order." Wang Haiqing was covered in cold sweat. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. The person who transmitted the voice was Zishan Ho. No wonder Wang Haiqing was so frightened. Zishan Ho basically did not interfere with the matters of the academy. Today, he had warned him for Yixing. This made Wang Haiqing even more shocked. However, Wang Haiqing was not the only one who was concerned about Yixing's whereabouts. 20 miles north of the county city, in a secret room in the mountains, a black-robed man also received the news that Yixing had left the Zishan Academy and was heading towards the Qingyun Mountains. "My nephew Jingling died because of him. My dark knight lost a pillar of support. Today, I will personally take his life." After a short while, a high-level vicious beast, the Qingfeng eagle, flew out from the mountains. More than 5 hours without a single monthly ticket, this is not normal. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 110. Third Watch. For Little Adam 888 Alliance Master added Yixing was less than 15 kilometers away from the city when he felt an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being watched. This caused Yixing to frown. This feeling was somewhat familiar. He instantly recalled that back then when he returned to Greenleaf Village from Azure Sky City, he also had this feeling. That time, he had been chased down by the masked assassin on the blue-winged eagle. That feeling was precisely because of the blue-winged eagle's gaze. He immediately looked towards the sky. Sure enough, in the distant sky, there was a black dot flying towards him. Yixing looked into the distance and saw that the blue-winged eagle was larger than the one the masked assassin rode. High-level ferocious birds and ferocious beasts were equivalent to 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial artists. Similarly, the larger the size of the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, the more powerful they were. This made Yixing frown. This blue-winged condor was most likely equivalent to a level 8 grandmaster, which was quite terrifying. The blue-winged condor's speed was extremely fast. It was more than 5 times faster than the demonic horse. It was almost like an arrow flying through the air. "Let's go back," Yixing shouted. He immediately turned around and went back. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo immediately followed. The blue-winged condor arrived very quickly and also discovered it. Although it couldn't see as clearly as Yixing, it still knew that it was a vicious bird. The three of them spurred their horses to gallop. They had only traveled about a mile when the sound of the blue-winged condor appeared in the sky behind them. It was very close. At this time, Yixing's body jumped from the horse's back. He stepped on the horse's back and looked behind him. He immediately took out his bow and arrow. The demonic horse galloped, rising and falling continuously, but Yixing stepped on the horse's back. His feet seemed to have taken root, rising and falling along with the horse's back. It was clear that his attainments in Qin Gong were very high. When Yixing's gaze penetrated and saw the cultivator on the blue-winged condor's back, he was slightly shocked. It was an 8th-level martial artist, and the blue-winged condor he was riding was indeed equivalent to an 8th-level martial artist. Yixing's archery skills had not been practiced since he came to Mount Indigo Academy. Although his archery skills could allow him to kill stronger enemies, he wasn't confident that he could kill an 8th-level martial artist. But at this moment, he had to make a move even if he wasn't confident. The cultivator on the blue-winged condor was much older than the masked man was in his 50s, but he was also wearing tight black clothes and a black mask. He was obviously a group assassin. Yixing immediately knocked an arrow on his bow. Whoosh, however, before Yixing could draw his bow and shoot an arrow, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly resounded. A sharp arrow shot over from the distant sky. Even with Yixing's super brain scanning, he could only capture a vague trajectory. In an instant, there was a wail and a scream in the sky at the same time. The blue-winged condor, which was equivalent to an 8th-level martial artist, suddenly fell, blood spurting out from its heart. The 8th-level martial artist on the condor's back clutched his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief as he died in an instant. After the arrow pierced through the blue-winged condor and the 8th-level martial artist, its speed was still very fast. It made a turn in the air and shot into the distance, quickly disappearing. Yixing immediately looked into the distance, in the direction where the arrow disappeared. However, there was a small hill about 5 or 6 miles away that blocked his view. In other words, the person who shot the arrow was at least 5 or 6 miles away from the small hill. After shooting an arrow and instantly killing the blue-winged condor and the masked 8th-level martial artist, the arrow still had the strength to turn around and shoot back 5 or 6 miles, where it was taken back by the person who shot the arrow. It was 5 or 6 miles away, so wouldn't it be more than 10 miles? This was calculated based on the shortest distance. If the person who shot the arrow was further behind the small hill, then the shooting range would be even further. Yixing was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such amazing archery. With such archery skills, not to mention an 8th-level grandmaster, even a 9th-level grandmaster would be killed in an instant. This made Yixing's heart palpitate. When would he have such powerful archery skills? Ever since he had perfected the revolving arrow technique, he could control the arrow in the air and not shoot directly. He could also skillfully use his inner strength to turn the arrow around. He thought that his archery was perfect. Now, it seemed that his archery was far from enough. The star continent was not like Earth. Everything here was more magical and terrifying. Yixing had no idea what the limit was. Bang! Bang! The corpses of the blue-winged condor and the martial artist fell to the ground, making 2 loud and small sounds. Yixing had already stopped his demonic horse. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also stopped not far away. Looking at the blue-winged condor's corpse, they secretly gasped. The blue-winged condor's wings were more than 20 meters wide, almost as big as a house. Senior brother Yi, this was shot by you? Wu Yuan and Ma Bo urged their horses to Yixing's side and asked in disbelief. The two of them were spurring their horses forward just now, so they didn't see the scene of the arrow shooting from afar. In fact, even if the two of them looked back, they might not have been able to see the arrow's trajectory. It was simply too fast. Yixing shook his head and glanced in the direction where the arrow disappeared. He said, "I don't know who shot that arrow from afar and saved us. This person's archery is too terrifying. He killed the blue-winged condor with one arrow from a few miles away. And this 8th-level martial artist. I'm afraid that even a 9th-level martial artist would not be able to block this person's arrow." Wu Yuan sucked in a cold breath. Ma Bo exclaimed in shock, "A 9th-stage grandmaster can't even block an arrow? Could it be that the person who shot it was a martial saint?" A thought flashed through Yixing's mind. Just now, he had only noticed that the archer's archery skills were superb, but he did not pay attention to the archer's cultivation. If it was a martial sage who shot such a terrifying arrow, it would make more sense. Thinking of martial saints, Yixing naturally thought of Zishan Ho. In Qingye village and Tiansang city, Yixing had heard that there was only one martial saint in Zishan County, and that was Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho was the principal of Zishan Academy. When the students were in trouble, it was reasonable for him to save them. "Is it Zishan Ho?" Yixing asked in his heart. In the distance, in a valley, stood a black eagle with purple flame-shaped feathers on its forehead. On the back of the black eagle sat a middle-aged man who was not even 40 years old. It was Zishan Ho. "After 10 years of hiding my sharpness, it's time to unsheath it." Dark night, this malignant tumor, dared to reach into Zishan Academy. "Today, I will completely remove you." Zishan Ho softly muttered to himself, then patted the purple flame black eagle below him. Let's go, we will fight together." Yixing and the other two rode their demonic horses at a very fast speed, covering 1,000 li in a day. The next day, they arrived at the Savage Beast Ridge of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The Savage Beast Ridge was not a mountain range, but a very large area in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. It stretched for thousands of li, and there were large numbers of mid- and high-level savage beasts active there. Moreover, the climate there was pleasant, and it was a place where high-level herbs were produced. It was a place where 7th-level grandmasters often went to train. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a huge savage beast fell to the ground. Under Yixing's arrow, no matter if it was a mid-level savage beast or a low-level savage beast, the result was almost instantaneous. Only a small number of savage beasts with extremely tenacious vitality required Yixing to shoot a second arrow. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo did not need to move at all, and the savage beasts had already fallen to the ground a few hundred steps away. This caused the two of them to be secretly shocked. They did not expect Yixing's archery to be so powerful, not at all weaker than their own strength. Moreover, killing savage beasts with archery was much easier than rushing up to fight. Killing with one arrow was clean and efficient. After Yixing entered the Savage Beast Ridge, he did not let go of any mid-level or high-level savage beasts that he saw. The various martial arts in his super brain were integrated day by day, and the level of his martial arts was getting higher and higher. His attainments in martial arts had also reached an extremely high level, but his archery attainments were still a little lacking. This time, he came to the Savage Beast Ridge to train, first, to find more high-level herbs, and second, to cultivate his archery skills to a higher level. There was no fastest or strongest, only faster and stronger. Yixing always believed that he could cultivate his archery skills to a higher level. Not only would it have more variations, but it would also have more power. The blue-winged eagle and the masked 8th-level grandmaster were killed with one arrow, which made him very upset. As time passed, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were even more surprised. Not only was Yixing's archery skills unparalleled, but his ability to find herbs was also first-class. Some herbs that were difficult for most martial artists to find could not escape Yixing's eyes. He found them one by one. There were mid-level herbs, and also high-level herbs. Yixing divided the high-level herbs into different categories. He kept those for healing, detoxification, or special effects, and ate those for increasing cultivation and strengthening qi and blood. He would cultivate the silver body technique for a period of time every day. In addition, He would trek and hunt in the mountains every day. The high-level herbs he ate every day were quickly refined and absorbed by him. Yixing was still a little puzzled about this. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were also very surprised. Yixing was like a medicine jar. No matter how much he ate, there seemed to be no adverse effects. Moreover, he could refine and absorb them all. As for other martial artists, they had to take the herbs step by step. After eating one, it would take a long time for the next one to appear. Otherwise, there might be side effects such as excessive qi and blood, inability to absorb, and immunity to medicinal effects. However, Yixing had no problems at all. Yixing consolidated his cultivation every day. His body was strengthened, and his archery skills were improved. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also made progress. Yixing gave all the mid-level herbs to the two of them for them to consume. However, they did not dare to consume several herbs a day like Yixing. They could only consume one herb a day, and one stalk at a time, slowly refining and absorbing it. Sometimes, when they encountered a strong mid-level ominous beast, Yixing would deliberately not kill it and let the two of them fight it out. Firstly, it was to train their fighting skills. Secondly, it was to sharpen their bodies in battle, stimulating the potential in their bodies and speeding up the absorption process. Day after day passed. Soon, the three of them had stayed in Savage Beast Ridge for a month. During this month, Yixing did not know how many ominous beasts he had killed or how many high-level herbs he had eaten. He had made significant improvements in all aspects. As his archery skills were integrated with the martial arts in his super brain, as well as constant practice, Yixing had successfully hunted many high-level ominous beasts that were equivalent to LV8 Grandmasters. His silver body technique had also been cultivated to perfection by a large number of herbs. His cultivation had also consolidated to the peak of LV6. Chapter 111. Senior Brother Yi, many martial Dao masters have come to the desolate ridge to train. We've met a few groups of martial artists in the past 2 days. They're all in the 7th level of the martial Dao, so they must be students from other academies. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo said in surprise. They had also gained a lot in the past month. They had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial Dao body refining technique. In the distance, they saw another group of martial artists. They were around 18 or 19 years old, about the same age as the older students of Zishan Academy. They were all in the 7th level of the martial Dao, so they should be students from other academies. Zishan County was not the only county in the Starfall Kingdom. There were also academies in other counties that gathered the younger generation of the various counties. Yixing also noticed these students. Since the day before yesterday, they had met 2 or 3 groups every day. Some groups had 3 people, some had 4 people. This was already the 6th group. Moreover, the 6 groups they met were all heading in the same direction. In the past 2 days, Yixing and the other 2 had also been heading in this direction. They wanted to know why these martial artists were coming here. However, they were hunting fierce beasts and looking for herbs, so they were slower than the other groups. Let's look ahead. Yixing pointed at the mountain in front of them. Not long after, the 3 of them had already climbed the mountain. Yixing looked into the distance and saw the 5 groups he had seen 2 days ago in a valley about 10 miles away. The 6th group was also heading in the same direction. In the valley, what attracted Yixing's attention was a fruit tree with some shiny silver fruits that looked like twinkling stars. It's the silver star fruit. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. The silver star fruit was an upper-grade herb that could increase one's cultivation. It could be said to be the top upper-grade herb and was much more valuable than other upper-grade herbs. It was very useful for breaking through the 7th or 8th level of the martial Dao realm. It was also useful for breaking through the 9th level of the martial Dao realm, but the effect was very low. No wonder so many martial Dao masters rushed to this valley. It turned out that there was a silver star fruit tree with silver star fruits. Moreover, the silver star fruits were about to ripen. Yixing counted. There were a total of 18 silver star fruits on the silver star tree. I was just thinking about how to quickly break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. This silver star fruit is the best treasure for me. Since I've encountered it, I have to get 2. Yixing thought to himself. 1 silver star fruit might not be enough. 2 silver star fruits would definitely help him break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. In the valley, the martial artists were a little far from the silver star fruit tree, dozens of meters away. They didn't dare to approach. Below the silver star fruit tree, there was a giant ring-shaped snake as thick as an adult's waist. It was a high-level dire beast. This giant ringed snake was called the 100-ringed snake. An adult 100-ringed snake was equivalent to a LV8 peak supreme power realm. It was very terrifying. Obviously, this 100-ringed snake regarded this silver star tree as its treasure. It wanted to use the 18 silver star trees on the tree to raise its level to another level and become a top advanced dire beast. Although the silver star fruit didn't have much of an effect on breaking through from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven, eating 18 of them in one go was still very effective. If this 100-ringed snake really ate them, there should be a 50% to 60% chance of breaking through again. However, the martial artists surrounding the valley obviously didn't want to see this result. However, the martial artists in the valley were also very wary of the 100-ringed snake. After all, this was a dire beast comparable to a LV8 peak supreme power realm. The martial artists present were all LV7 martial masters, and their cultivation ranged from early LV7 peak. If it was a one-on-one battle, any of the martial artists present would find it difficult to withstand the 100-ringed snake's attacks for more than 10 breaths. However, they had the numbers advantage, so they had the courage to fight with the 100-ringed snake for the silver star fruits. There were quite a few students from the academy who knew about this silver star fruit tree. They had calculated the time when it was about to ripen and rushed over. In the end, they didn't expect that the 100-ringed snake would take the lead and occupy the silver star fruit tree. Not long after, Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo also arrived in the valley. The 6th team had arrived a moment before them. There were a total of 7 academy's students in the valley. Other than Yixing's team, the other 6 teams were all martial Dao masters. Yixing's arrival immediately made some people unhappy. A martial Dao master snorted coldly, "A LV6 martial artist dares to come here. Are you courting death?" Yixing was not angry. He smiled slightly and said, "We are students of the Zishan Academy. We are willing to help deal with the 100-ringed snake and seek an opportunity to break through to the LV7 martial Dao." Zishan Academy? That's the trashiest academy? There isn't even a LV9 student in the entire academy? There should be only one Zishan Academy in the Luoxing Kingdom. Even LV8 students are very rare. I heard that Zishan Ho is a cripple. The Zishan Academy is also the trashiest academy in the Luoxing Kingdom. The students are really weak. They are all LV6 martial Dao masters. The students of the other academies suddenly started discussing. There were many counties in the Luoxing Kingdom. It was reasonable to say that the students of the other academies should not know about Zishan Ho. However, these students came from the surrounding counties of the Zishan County. Therefore, they had heard about Zishan Ho. As for the fact that Zishan Ho was a cripple, it was impossible to spread within the Zishan County. Yixing and the others did not know whether Zishan Ho was a cripple or not. However, the 3 of them could not help but feel angry when their academy's principal was ridiculed. Yixing did not care about the ridicule of the students. Yixing said indifferently, "I want 3 silver star fruits on the tree." Originally, Yixing only wanted 2 silver star fruits. However, he changed his mind and wanted 3. Who asked these people to make him angry? Now that he was angry, there would definitely be consequences. There were a total of 18 silver star fruits. Including Yi Xing's group, there were a total of 7 silver star fruits. Even if they were to be divided equally, it was impossible for each team to get 3 silver star fruits. Furthermore, these martial Dao masters did not even include Yi Xing's group in the distribution of the silver star fruits. There were 6 teams, so 3 silver star fruits for each team was just right. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You want 3 silver star fruits? Let me tell you, you don't even have one. Hurry up and get lost. With your cultivation, when the 100-ring snake starts fighting, it will eat you one bite at a time. The martial Dao master who spoke earlier said disdainfully. Although his words were unpleasant and he looked down on Yi Xing's group, he did not have any bad intentions. He did not pull Yi Xing's group into the fight and use them as cannon fodder to deal with the 100-ring snake. Yi Xing did not mind the martial Dao master's contempt. However, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were indignant. Wu Yuan shouted, "Looking at your age, you should be senior students in the academy. Let me tell you, senior brother Yi Xing is the first in our Purple Mountain Academy's freshman assessment. He can easily deal with any of you." Ma Bo also added, "That's right. You dare to look down on senior brother Yi Xing? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? Once senior brother Yi makes a move, you won't be able to tell north from south." The martial Dao masters were furious. They looked down on Yi Xing's group of 3 who were in the 6th stage of the martial Dao. They felt that it was right and proper. Now that they were being looked down on by someone in the 6th stage of the martial Dao, they were all furious. First in the freshman assessment? So powerful. An early stage 7th stage martial Dao master walked out and said sarcastically, "Come, come, come. I want to see how you, the first in the freshmen of the Purple Mountain Academy, will beat me. If you can beat me, I'll give you a silver star fruit later." Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. So fast. The early stage 7th stage martial Dao master was shocked and immediately unsheathed the sword in his hand. However, the sword was only halfway out when it was slapped back by Yi Xing. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The scabbard in his hand loosened and fell out of his hand. Then, with a dazzling cold light, the sword was out of the scabbard by 3 inches and pressed against the man's throat. At this moment, the martial Dao master only felt a sharp breath coming from his throat. It was as if Yi Xing could cut his throat with a slight movement. His eyes were filled with horror. He exclaimed, "What do you want?" The other 2 7th-stage martial Dao masters in his team were also shocked. They shouted, "Stop!" Yi Xing smiled and put away the sword. He threw it to the other party and said, "Do I have the right to take 3 silver star fruits?" The early stage 7th-stage martial Dao master was frightened and nodded repeatedly. However, even if he agreed, there were others who disagreed. A martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage walked out and said, "You are indeed strong and can be given 1 silver star fruit. However, 3 silver star fruits are not enough. Unless you can take a blow from me, Chu Jingnan, and not retreat." This was a student from another academy. Among the 6 teams, only 2 had martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage. If Yi Xing really had the strength of a martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage, it would not be too much to ask for 3 silver star fruits. The distribution of silver star fruits depended on one's strength. The 6 teams had different strengths, so the distribution could not be balanced. The 2 teams with martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage would definitely have an advantage in the distribution. If Yi Xing also had this strength, he would naturally have an advantage in the distribution. Yi Xing nodded. "Okay, I'll take a blow from you." All the martial Dao masters' eyes were focused on Yi Xing. They did not expect Yi Xing to really agree to Chu Jingnan's request. Even among the 2 martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage, Chu Jingnan's strength was stronger. Therefore, he was the strongest among all the martial Dao masters present. On the other hand, Yixing was only a martial Dao master at the peak of 6th stage. There was a huge gap between him and a martial Dao master at the peak of 6th stage. It was already very difficult to cross this gap and defeat a martial Dao master at the early stage of 7th stage. If he could take a blow from Chu Jingnan, it would be even more unbelievable. At the scene, only Wu Yuan and Ma Bo had an excited smile on their faces. Yixing had defeated Xiong Qisheng, who was at the peak of the 7th stage, when he was only at the late stage of the 6th stage. Chu Jingnan's cultivation was only comparable to Xiong Qisheng's, but Yixing's cultivation had consolidated to the peak of 6th stage. Moreover, he had also perfected the silver body technique, an upper-class body refining technique, and his strength had improved greatly. With the perfected silver body technique, he could defeat any martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage even if he used his physical body to oppress his opponent. Overlapping wave palm. Chu Jingnan shouted in a clean and nimble manner. He slapped his palm toward Yixing. Chapter 112. Chu Jingnan's attainments in the stacking wave palm were very high and were not inferior to Xiong Qisheng's. His palm contained at least 7 layers of internal force. One layer after another, it was like waves. When all the power erupted, the power was extremely terrifying. All the martial Dao masters present were fearful of Chu Jingnan's palm. Any one of them would have to retreat in the face of Chu Jingnan's palm and would not dare to face it head-on. Even Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were surprised. The momentum of Chu Jingnan's attack was even stronger than that of Xiong Qisheng's. Only Yixing looked normal. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he pushed his palm forward. Yes, it was a push, not a slap. It was as if there was a stone tablet in front of him and Yixing reached out to push it down. Low-grade martial arts technique, great tablet hand. In the eyes of others, this palm seemed ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, in Chu Jingnan's eyes, it was a magical technique. He saw Yixing's palm grow larger in an instant. It was as if heaven and earth were pressing down on him, shattering his momentum in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the two palms collided. The terrifying impact of power made an explosive sound. Dong 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 dong. Chu Jingnan's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying force pushing him and his body retreated uncontrollably for a total of 9 steps. There were 9 deep footprints on the ground. The deepest one was more than an inch deep in the ground. It was obvious how heavy the force was. Chu Jingnan was actually pushed back 9 steps by Yixing. This shocked all the martial Dao masters. What shocked them even more was that Yixing did not retreat half a step, as if his legs were rooted to the ground. His body was like a mountain and did not move at all. The outcome of the battle between the two palms was obvious. It was the first time that the martial Dao masters present had seen a LV6 martial Dao master at the peak of LV7 martial Dao master retreating with one palm. They were stunned and could not help but soften their eyes in disbelief. Since Wu Yuan and Ma Bo had witnessed Yixing defeating Xiong Qisheng with their own eyes, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Yixing had expended a lot of energy to defeat Xiong Qisheng, but now, he was able to force Chu Jingnan to retreat 9 steps with a single palm strike. It was clear that his strength had increased by a large margin. Chu Jingnan steadied himself after taking 9 steps back. He looked shocked and said, "Are you really at the 6th level of the martial path?" Chu Jingnan had heard that there was a cultivation technique that could hide one's cultivation level among the auxiliary martial arts. This kind of cultivation technique was very rare. Chu Jingnan suspected that Yixing had hidden his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated by a LV6 martial artist when he was at the peak of LV7? Yixing nodded. "I'm still 1 step away from the 7th level. This is the time when I need the silver star fruit." Chu Jingnan's expression changed from shock to admiration. He said, what I admire the most in my life are martial arts geniuses who can challenge people at a higher level. In the past, the person I admired the most was my cousin Chu Jingyue. She was able to defeat someone at the peak of LV7 Martial Dao Master when she was at the early stage of LV7 Martial Dao Master. Now, I admire you the most. I'm Chu Jingnan from the East Lake Academy. May I know your name? Yixing from the Purple Mountain Academy. Yixing reported his name and smiled. Now, am I qualified to get 3 silver star fruits? Chu Jingnan said, yes, absolutely. I believe that my friends from other academies have no objections. After that, Chu Jingnan glanced at the martial Dao masters. They all shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Chu Jingnan was the most powerful among them. Even Chu Jingnan was pushed back by Yixing's palm strike. Who would dare to say anything? The most powerful team now was Yixing's team. It was not unreasonable for Yixing to want 3 silver star fruits. Given Yixing's strength, he could shoot these people from a distance and take all the silver star fruits for himself. However, Yixing obviously could not do such a thing. He did not even think about it. A gentleman loved money, but he had a way of obtaining it. Yixing also had his own way of obtaining the silver star fruits. Before obtaining the silver star fruits, he had to get rid of the 100-ringed snake. Given Yixing's strength, his efforts were enough to obtain 3 silver star fruits in return. Yixing glanced at the 100-ringed snake, which was coiled under the silver star fruit tree and staring coldly at everyone. He said, the silver star fruits should be ripe soon. Let's get rid of it first. Chu Jingnan frowned and said, this beast is not easy to deal with. It is now entangled under the silver star fruit tree and is fully focused on defense. If we take the initiative to attack it, it will be very difficult to kill it. Moreover, it is easy to destroy the silver star fruits on the tree in the process of fighting. It is really difficult to deal with. The martial Dao masters had already thought of various ways to lure the 100-ringed snake out. They attacked with sword auras, saber auras, and arrows. However, without exception, all the attacks were blocked by the 100-ringed snake's huge tail. The saber auras and sword auras could not hurt its tough scales. The arrows could not hit its body. There was almost no way to deal with it. Yixing said confidently, let me try. I don't believe that it won't come out. While speaking, Yixing took out the dragon tendon bow and took out a black arrow. He said, if it coils under the tree and doesn't move, I will directly shoot it to death. If it comes out to attack me, everyone will swarm up and besiege it to death. Don't give it a chance to go back and destroy the silver star fruits. Although they had used this method before and the arrows were blocked by the 100-ringed snake's huge tail, everyone was still very confident in Yixing's strength. If the arrow shot was fast enough and powerful enough, it could pose a great threat to the 100-ringed snake. They did not believe that the 100-ringed snake would not come out. Otherwise, it would be used as a target and shot to death. Let's retreat a little further and try to keep it as far away from the silver star fruit tree as possible. Yixing said as he turned and walked into the distance. Yixing walked to the edge of the valley. He was nearly 400 steps away from the silver star fruit tree before he stopped. As for the others, they stopped 300 steps away from the silver star fruit tree. If the 100-ringed snake attacked Yixing, they would surround and kill it here. They would not allow the 100-ringed snake to approach Yixing, nor would they allow it to return. Hiss! The 100-ringed snake coldly stared at Yixing. It knew that these people were going to attack it again. And Yixing, who was armed with a bow and arrow, was its number one threat. Get ready, I'm going to shoot. Yixing shouted. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black arrow left the bowstring, emitting a loud sound. The arrow was like a stream of light and its trajectory was like a spiral. A trace of fear appeared in the 100-ringed snake's cold eyes. This arrow was different from the arrow attacks it had faced before. It made it feel threatened. Paw! With a long hiss, the 100-ringed snake's giant tail lashed out. It was like a whip striking the air. In an instant, it swept towards the incoming scarlet arrow. The black arrow was fused with the power of the wind. Its trajectory was mysterious. The 100-ringed snake's giant tail lashed out at empty air. The arrow bypassed the giant tail and instantly shot into the 100-ringed snake's body. The 100-ringed snake's hard scales were unable to block the arrow's penetration. Nearly half of the black arrow instantly sank into its body. The intense pain caused the 100-ringed snake's giant body to tremble. Whoosh! At this time, the second black arrow had already been shot out. The 100-ringed snake was furious. With a long hiss, it unfurled its body and rushed towards Yixing. If it did not fight back, it would become a target for Yixing to shoot it to death. The 100-ringed snake was unable to block this arrow. The trajectory of the arrow was too difficult to judge. Another arrow sank nearly half of its body into the 100-ringed snake's body. The 100-ringed snake let out a long hiss. Its giant body twisted on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast. It was as if it was riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of meters away. However, no matter how fast it was not faster than Yixing's bow and arrow. When the 100-ringed snake was 100 steps away from the silver star tree, Yixing immediately released 3 arrows and used his ultimate killing move. An arrow shot out. The 100-ringed snake's head was nimble and easy to dodge. If it hit its body, it would not cause a fatal threat to the 100-ringed snake. If 3 arrows were released at the same time, it would be difficult for the 100-ringed snake to avoid hitting its vital points. Once the vital points were hit, the 100-ringed snake might be shot to death by Yixing. One arrow was hit by the 100-ringed snake's chi arrow. Another arrow was dodged by the 100-ringed snake's body. However, there was still one arrow that suddenly changed direction after being released. It instantly shot into the 100-ringed snake 7 inches from the back. Most of it sank into its body. Being attacked in its vital points, the 100-ringed snake's body immediately trembled. It was severely injured. The 100-ringed snake hissed angrily. Its body was huge and its skin was thick. Even if its vital points were attacked, it would be difficult to kill it immediately. It continued to rush towards Yixing. At this time, the martial Dao masters next to him swarmed forward. Sword light, saber light, and spear light were released at the same time. All of them greeted the 100-ringed snake. If the 100-ringed snake was not injured, even if there were about 20 martial Dao masters joining forces, it would be difficult to deal with it for a while. However, it was now seriously injured. How could it withstand the siege of so many martial Dao masters? In addition, Yixing was still shooting arrows from a distance. It was impossible for the 100-ringed snake to guard against and hide. Soon, it turned into a corpse, lying straight on the ground. This reminded Yixing of fighting a boss in the game. With both melee and long-range attacks, the boss would be besieged until it couldn't find its way north. Despite having powerful strength, it would be besieged to death. This 100-ringed snake was similar. Your archery skills are so powerful that you can even injure the 100-ringed snake. After the 100-ringed snake died, Chu Jingnan looked at Yixing and said in a shocked voice. Yixing was only a 6th-level martial artist, but the arrow he shot could injure the 100-ringed snake, which was equivalent to an 8th-level grandmaster. This was really surprising. Yixing smiled faintly. Actually, archery is my forte. Everyone was speechless. According to Yixing's words, his own strength seemed to be his shortcoming. If his shortcoming could allow him to challenge someone of a higher level, how could he let others live? Okay, now we just have to wait for the silver star fruit to ripen and then distribute the fruits, Yixing said with a smile, diverting everyone's embarrassment. Sure enough, everyone was happy when they heard this. There would be no more obstacles for them to obtain the silver star fruit. No, It was a little too naive to think that there would be no obstacles. About an hour later, seeing that the silver star fruit was about to ripen, another team arrived. This team had a total of 4 people. 2 were at the peak of 7th level, 2 were at the 8th level, and one of them was at the peak of 8th level. Compared to the other teams, this team was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. All of you, get lost. We will take all 18 silver star fruits. As soon as this team arrived at the valley, the peak 8th level Grandmaster glanced coldly at everyone and said disdainfully. The gap between the monthly votes is getting wider and wider. I'm feeling a little down and my writing efficiency is a little low. Sorry, I'll try my best to overcome it. Maintain a good attitude and persevere in outbursts. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 113. Arrogant. This 8th level Grandmaster's demeanor and tone were extremely arrogant. The faces of the martial Dao masters were instantly filled with anger. Yixing also narrowed his eyes. They had worked together to get rid of the 100-ring snake under the silver star fruit tree. It was time to harvest the fruit, but this person wanted them to get lost and monopolize the silver star fruit. Who could tolerate this? So what if he was an 8th level Grandmaster? This was not a matter of cultivation at all, but of morality. For example, Yixing also had the strength to drive other martial Dao masters away, but he did not do so. However, this 8th level Grandmaster did so. Chu Jingnan said angrily, "Why? We came here first and we killed the 100-ring snake. Do you want to monopolize the fruit just because you have a higher cultivation?" The peak level 8 martial scholar chuckled and said, "Why should I? Because we are students of Ziyang Academy. Get lost." Yixing did not know where Ziyang Academy was and had never heard of it. He did not think that it was a big deal to be a student of Ziyang Academy. However, the expressions of Chu Jingnan and the others changed when they heard this. Obviously, Ziyang Academy was not ordinary. Although Chu Jingnan and the others were still angry, their momentum suddenly weakened a lot. Yixing said, "So what if you are students of Ziyang Academy? Can you be shameless and snatch other people's treasures?" Chu Jingnan and the others were shocked by Yixing's words. Chu Jingnan hurriedly whispered, "Brother Yi, don't you know Ziyang Academy? It is one of the 3 strongest academies in Luoxing Kingdom. The teachers in the academy are all martial sages and the students are geniuses. We can't afford to offend them." Chu Jingnan's reminder was too late. Yixing's words made the 4 students of Ziyang Academy angry. They swept their cold gazes at Yixing. The 8th level Grandmaster said, "How dare an ant of the 6th level of the martial Dao realm speak to our Ziyang Academy? Where did an ant like you come from? Are you tired of living?" Yixing wanted to say that it was none of his business, but Chu Jingnan had already said, "This is Brother Yixing from Zishan Academy. He probably hasn't heard of Ziyang Academy. How should I address you, friend? Don't be angry, don't be angry." As he spoke, Chu Jingnan rubbed his hands and continued, "Look, there are so many of us. We arrived here first and put in so much effort to kill this 100-ring snake. We should get something in return after putting in so much effort. There are 18 silver star fruits on this tree. Ziyang College can have half of them and the other 9 will be divided among the 7 colleges. What do you think? Get lost." The pinnacle 8th level martial scholar glared at him and bellowed, "You can either scram or stay here to die." As he spoke, he chuckled and pointed his index finger at Yixing and the others, saying, "Are you very unconvinced? I'm Zhenxiang Temple from Ziyang Academy. If you're not convinced, feel free to beat me." The Temple of Zhenxiang's expression was arrogant, and the only thing missing was the words, "Heavenly King," written on his face. Looking at the savagery revealed in his smile, if there really was someone who dared to oppose him, he would definitely kill and take that person's life. "Alright, Senior Brother Zhenxiang Temple, don't scare these poor souls. Another 8th-level Grandmaster from Ziyang Academy spoke and waved his hand at Yixing and the others, saying, "You can go now. Be more careful in the future." Chu Jingnan was reluctant to part with the Silver Star fruits and was still a little hesitant. Most of the martial Dao masters shook their heads and sighed before turning to leave. Sigh. Let's go, let's go. Let's just pretend that we didn't meet and come here for nothing. Seeing that most of the people had retreated, Chu Jingnan also knew that it was difficult for him to act alone. He said to Yixing, "Sigh. Forget it, let's not fight with them. Yixing, let's go." Wait. Zhenxiang Temple reached out and stopped them. He stared fiercely at Yixing and said, "You can all leave safely, but he can't. Just now, he insulted Ziyang Academy. He has to take a slap in the face before he can leave." Another 8th-level Grandmaster said, "Senior brother Zhenxiang Temple is right. You should slap yourself. Who told you to spout nonsense?" Yixing sneered in his heart. This Zhenxiang Temple was simply courting death. However, a peak 8th-level Grandmaster was right in front of him. Yixing didn't dare to underestimate him. He only sneered in his heart and didn't show it on his face. After all, Yixing couldn't compete with an 8th-level Grandmaster if he didn't use a bow and arrow. At such a close distance, a bow and arrow were useless. Yixing had a dangerous smile on his face and said, "I spoke carelessly just now. I'm really sorry. Senior brother Zhen, I'm willing to give you a gift. Please don't be angry." Zhenxiang Temple naturally wouldn't refuse a gift from someone. He said, "What is it? If it can satisfy me, I won't slap you." Yixing said, "This thing is very fast. I can't take it out when I'm close enough. I have to walk further away." It was very fast. What was it that couldn't be taken out when he was close enough? Zhenxiang Temple was interested when he heard this. He said, "Go ahead and take it out. But don't think about running away. With your cultivation, I can catch up to you in 3 steps. I won't run." Yixing said and turned to walk towards the open area at the entrance of the valley. He used the flying swan technique. 1 step was more than 10 feet, and 3 steps were more than 100 meters away. Chu Jingnan was also very puzzled. What gift did Yixing want to give? Seeing Yixing walk further and further away, those who were quick-witted suddenly thought of a possibility. Their hearts skipped a beat and their faces changed. Seeing Yixing walk 100 meters away, Zhenxiang Temple shouted, "Enough. How much further do you want to go? If you go any further, I won't be able to see it clearly when you take it out." Yixing took another step, then turned around and said with a smile, "I really want to die. My gift is fast and sharp. It's quiet like a stick, but it's moving like a beam of light. It can even take a person's life. Guess what it is?" As he spoke, Yixing took down the dragon tendon bow. At the same time, he took out 3 black edge arrows. Seeing this, Chu Jingnan and the others hurriedly retreated to the sides. They had seen Yixing's archery skills before. Zhenxiang Temple's reaction wasn't fast. It wasn't until Yixing took out the bow and knocked an arrow that he realized that Yixing wanted to give him an arrow. No. 1 bow and 3 arrows. He was giving him 3 arrows. Zhenxiang Temple was furious. A 6th-stage martial Dao ant was actually pointing an arrow at him. He immediately roared, "You're courting death." Due to the anger in his heart, Zhenxiang Temple had forgotten that Yixing hadn't shouted Zhenxiang Temple's name just now, but that he really wanted to die. While Zhenxiang Temple was furious, the other 3 students of the Ziyang Academy were also furious. They hadn't expected that Yixing's gift would be like this. They felt like they had been played like monkeys. Zhenxiang Temple roared and leaped up like a great rock, pouncing towards Yixing. Even though he could use his inner strength to leave his body, he was more than 100 meters away from Yixing. He had to be at least 30 meters away from Yixing for his inner strength to cause effective damage to Yixing. Seeing Zhenxiang Temple leap several meters into the air, Yixing chuckled inwardly. Zhenxiang Temple was obviously treating him like an ant and didn't pay any attention to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leaped into the air under the threat of the arrow. He was practically a target. If you really want to die, I'll give you the arrow. Whether or not you can receive it will depend on your ability. Whoosh! 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 As Yixing spoke, the arrow had already left the bowstring and pierced through the air. After the 3 black arrows left the bowstring, their trajectories immediately twisted. They went in different directions, but they had the same speed as cold light and a terrifying force that could be judged from the sound of them piercing through the air. Zhenxiang Temple immediately felt a fatal threat the moment Yixing's arrow left the bowstring. His body seemed to have been locked onto by the twisted arrow. This caused Zhenxiang Temple's expression to change greatly. He had never taken Yixing, a 6th-rank martial artist, seriously. He had always treated Yixing as an ant. He never expected Yixing to be able to pose a fatal threat to him. Unfortunately, by the time he understood, he was already on the brink of death. It was already too late. He couldn't grasp the trajectories of the 3 arrows at all, and couldn't determine from which angle they would attack from. The only thing he could do was to defend from all sides. Whoosh! Zhenxiang Temple's sword was unsheathed. A cold light flashed and formed a sword screen around him, enveloping him. The sword light was like a screen, and the sword chi overlapped one another. This was a defensive sword technique. Zhenxiang Temple was able to reach the peak of 8th-rank Grandmaster before the age of 20. He was also a genius and was very strong. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time. This meant that his sword had collided with the 3 arrows. However, the collision didn't necessarily mean that he had defended. Only one of the black arrows was split into 2 and fell to the ground. Although the trajectories of the other 2 arrows were slightly affected, they still hit his body. A sharp pain came from his chest and back at the same time. Fortunately, because the trajectories were slightly off, they didn't hit any vital parts. These 2 arrows wouldn't take his life. However, the injuries from these 2 arrows were enough to take his life. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixing had shot another arrow. At the same time, Yixing's voice rang out. This arrow is the real gift for you. Yixing drew the dragon tendon bow into a full moon and shot this arrow. It flew straight and was incomparably fast. In a flash, it was already in front of Zhenxiang Temple. Zhenxiang Temple finally looked terrified. He roared, "Don't!" At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand, wanting to split the arrow apart. However, the arrow wound on his body slowed his movements by a fraction. His arrow struck empty air, and a bloody hole instantly appeared in his throat. An arrow through the throat. Zhenxiang Temple's eyes were filled with disbelief. His corpse fell to the ground. His body struggled for a while before it stopped moving. He was already dead. You actually dared to kill senior brother Zhenxiang Temple. How dare you? Another 8th-level Grandmaster from Ziyang School pointed at Yixing and shouted fiercely. The other 2 7th-level Grandmasters were also red in the face and neck. They looked at Yixing angrily, but there was fear in their angry eyes. Chu Jingnan and the others were also dumbfounded from afar. They never expected Yixing to be able to kill Zhenxiang Temple. He actually dared to shoot Zhenxiang Temple. Yixing looked coldly at the other 8th-level Grandmaster from Ziyang School and said, "You also want a gift?" The 8th-level Grandmaster was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Yixing shouted, "If you don't want it, scram." Chapter 114. Just you wait, Ziyang College won't let you off. The level 8 martial scholar said fiercely. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. The corpse of Zhenxiang Temple was carried away by 2 level 7 students of Ziyang College. Chu Jingnan and the others only came up after the students of Ziyang College had left. Chu Jingnan said, "Brother Yixing, you're in trouble." "Big trouble." The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Yixing looked calm and said, "I'm a student of Zishan College. What can they do to me? Do they dare to go to Zishan College and ask for me?" Chu Jingnan said, "Zishan College is different from ordinary colleges. In ordinary colleges, only the vice principal and above are martial saints. In Ziyang College, even the teachers are martial saints. But in Zishan College, even the vice principal is not a martial saint. The only martial saint in Zishan College is Zishan Ho. I heard that he's a cripple and doesn't care about anything. Who can stop him?" Yixing smiled and said, "Zishan County is Zishan Ho's territory after all. He's a marquis who was conferred the title by the monarch. Even if the teachers of Ziyang College are martial saints, they can't be compared to Zishan Ho. How can Zishan Ho allow others to capture people in Zishan College? Life and death are fated, but the spirit of a martial artist lives forever in one's heart." Yixing didn't care about Zhenxiang Temple. He changed the topic and said, "In Zishan County, I've never heard of anything bad about Zishan Ho. Brother Chu, why do you say that Zishan Ho is a cripple?" Chu Jingnan touched his head and said, "Actually, I don't know. I only heard that Zishan Ho's legs are paralyzed. How can rumors be true?" Yixing smiled indifferently. Although he hadn't seen Zishan Ho, he had a good impression of him. Before he entered the Blue Cloud Mountains, he was chased by the masked men on blue winged eagles. It was very likely that Zishan Ho had saved him. If it really was Zishan Ho, then Zishan Ho was not only a martial saint, but also a martial saint with godly archery skills. Yixing did not believe that Zishan Ho was a cripple. At this moment, a strong fragrance wafted over. When the fragrance entered his nose, it shook his spirit. It was as if his soul had been sublimated. A medicinal herb that could achieve such an effect was definitely not ordinary. Everyone's eyes lit up. The silver star fruit had matured. "Let's go. We can pick the fruits now." "Huh." Yixing was in a good mood and laughed loudly. The ripening of the silver star fruit meant that his cultivation was about to break through LV7 and become a martial Dao master. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the Star Continent, he had heard the maid Xiaoqing talk about martial arts. According to Xiaoqing, a martial arts master was already an extremely superior figure. And now, he was about to become a martial Dao master. Of course, he was happy. Chu Jingnan and the others were also very happy, but they did not feel carefree. Instead, they felt a little embarrassed. Chu Jingnan said, "Yixing, originally, all the silver star fruits would have been snatched by the students of Ziyang College. We would not have gotten a single one. Now that you have killed Temple Zhenxiang and offended Zishan College, you naturally have to bear the consequences of killing Temple Zhenxiang. These silver star fruits should all belong to you. However, we also need the silver star fruits. How about this? The 6 colleges will each get one and the remaining 12 will all belong to you. Is that okay?" Thinking that these silver star fruits were obtained by Yixing at the risk of Ziyang College's revenge, Chu Jingnan and the others felt very embarrassed to take even one. However, they had come to Green Cloud Mountains for the Savage Beast Ridge for the silver star fruits. They really wanted them. Although Yixing had killed Temple Zhenxiang, he did not think that all the silver star fruits should belong to him. This was basically no different from Temple Zhenxiang. He was just borrowing Temple Zhenxiang's hand to get the silver star fruits. Yixing would not do such a thing. Of course, Chu Jingnan was right. He had taken a great risk by killing Temple Zhenxiang. Naturally, he had to obtain more benefits. This was also a matter of course. Yixing thought for a while and said, "There are so many of you. How about this? I will take 6. As for the remaining 12, each of your teams will get 2. As for the distribution among your teams, it's up to you. 2 is better than 1. Chu Jingnan and the others were overjoyed. They never expected Yixing to be so open-minded. He was the complete opposite of Temple Zhenxiang. Temple Zhenxiang only thought about himself and never cared about the lives of others. However, Yixing never only thought about himself. Most of the time, he thought about others. "Brother Yixing, thank you so much." Chu Jingnan was pleasantly surprised. He said, "I, Chu Jingnan, rarely admire someone so much. But I admire you. First, I admire your strength. Second, I admire your character. Either way, it's rare and admirable. To be honest, if I were you, I would definitely not be willing to give away so many silver star fruits." The others also expressed their gratitude. Yixing shrugged. As he plucked the silver star fruits, he said, "Although the silver star fruit is good, it can only be used to improve one's cultivation once. I used it to break through to the 7th level, but I can't use it to break through to the 8th level in the future. What's the use of having more? It's fate that we met in the Mount Qingyun. Why should I be so stingy?" Very soon, each team had a representative who plucked 2 silver star fruits. With the silver star fruits in hand, there was no need for the teams to stay together. They went their separate ways. "Brother Yixing, if you come to the East Lake County in the future, feel free to come to the East Lake Academy and look for me, Chu Jingnan." Chu Jingnan said to Yixing as he left. When he was far away, he turned back and shouted, "Perhaps, you don't have to go to the East Lake Academy to look for me. We'll have a chance to meet again. Cultivate well. Maybe we can become disciples of the Falling Star sect together." Falling Star sect? Yixing asked Wu Yuan and Ma Bo, "Why is the Falling Star sect so similar to the Falling Star country? Is there any relationship between them?" The two looked at Yixing, speechless. Wu Yuan said, "The Falling Star country was founded by the Falling Star sect. It's the strongest force in the Falling Star country. It's a big level higher than all the other academies. I heard that there are many martial sages in the Falling Star country." Ma Bo nodded. They didn't know much about but they were much better than Yixing. Yixing nodded and said, "I understand. Just like the Zishan Academy gathers all the geniuses in the Zishan Prefecture and selects geniuses from all the cities, the Falling Star sect gathers all the geniuses in the Falling Star country and selects geniuses from all the cities. If you perform well in the academy, you should have a chance to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect." Yixing's eyes lit up. His goal was to become a martial sage. However, the Zishan Academy didn't even have a teacher who was a martial sage, and the students weren't even 9th-level grandmasters. He knew that it was impossible for him to become a martial sage in the Zishan Academy. Now, he finally understood that the Falling Star sect was his home. There were many martial sages in the Falling Star sect. Only there could he become a martial sage, achieve his goal, and become a peerless expert. Wu Yuan said, "That's right. The Falling Star sect selects disciples in the same year as the academy. It happens once every 3 years. However, it's much more difficult to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect than a student of the academy." Yixing asked, "In the same year? Then the Falling Star sect should be recruiting disciples soon. More than half a year has passed this year." Wu Yuan said, "I don't know the exact time, but I heard that the Zishan Academy is lagging behind the other academies. Very few students can enter the Falling Star sect. Only a few students can enter each time. Only the students of the Advanced Genius class have a chance." After learning about the Yixing's heart was no longer in the Zishan Academy. Now, what he wanted to do the most was to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Then, when the Falling Star sect recruited disciples, he would be able to stand out from the other geniuses and be selected by the Falling Star sect. Only then would he have a chance of becoming a martial sage within a year. Yixing waved his hand. Let's go. We'll leave this place first. Yixing remembered seeing a cave 2 days ago. As they did not kill any ferocious beasts or find any medicinal herbs on the way, the three of them arrived at the cave in the evening. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were in charge of guarding the entrance of the cave. Yixing entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his mind and took out a Silverstar fruit. After consuming it, he began to refine and absorb it to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. The medicinal power of the Silverstar fruit was more than 10 times stronger than all the medicinal herbs Yixing had consumed in the past. Not long after it entered his stomach, Yixing felt a surge of astral energy crazily absorbing it. Just by feeling this surge of astral energy, Yixing knew that one Silverstar fruit was enough for him to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. As the Silverstar fruit was refined, the internal strength in Yixing's body surged more and more. It was as if his body was about to explode. At the same time, the 6 rings of stars in his dantian became incomparably resplendent. The 7th ring was faintly formed. When 80 to 90% of the Silverstar fruit's medicinal power was absorbed, the 7th ring finally appeared clearly. Yixing's cultivation had broken through. He had taken an extremely important step on the martial path. 7 rings, 7th stage of the martial path. Yixing had officially become a martial Dao master. Yixing felt the internal strength in his body surge to the extreme. It was as if it was about to explode. The moment his cultivation broke through, the surging internal strength finally appeared. Yixing felt all the pores in his body open at this moment. Terrifying internal strength shot out in all directions from his countless pores. It rushed out in all directions, causing the surrounding air to tremble and waves of air to surge. External release of internal strength. This was external release of internal strength. Just now, the internal strength had spread out in all directions, so the power produced wasn't strong. Now, Yixing controlled the internal strength and poured it all into his palm. He slammed his palm against the cave wall in front of him. The cave wall was 3 meters away from Yixing. However, as Yixing slammed his palm, a surge of internal strength left his body and instantly slammed into the cave wall. A clear handprint instantly appeared on the cave wall. It was about an inch deep. If a 6th stage martial artist received Yixing's palm from 3 meters away, they would definitely be severely injured. Chapter 115. Yixing was so immersed in the joy of breaking through to the martial master level that he did not notice that the void above his head had changed after his breakthrough. Yixing was in the depths of the cave. Originally, the top of the cave was a few meters above him, but now it had turned into a dark void. In this dark void, there was a vague outline of a star. This star seemed to have merged with the dark void, making it difficult to see its specific shape, only its incomparable size. Who in all directions, the endless void contained star Yuan Qi. At this moment, the star Yuan Qi was attracted by an inexplicable force and gathered in Yixing's body. Although the star Yuan Qi moved very slowly, when the star Yuan Qi rushed into Yixing's body, Yixing instantly felt it. A trace of star Yuan Qi entered Yixing's body and turned into a surge of star energy, which was directly absorbed by Yixing. This speed could be called amazing. It was more than 100 times faster than Yixing's top-grade cultivation method, Qingyuan art. Yixing's cultivation suddenly rose rapidly, and the 7th star ring gradually lit up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yixing was instantly shocked. After breaking through to the 7th stage of the martial path, the difficulty of cultivation would increase by a large level. How difficult was it to improve one's cultivation? But now, his cultivation was soaring like a rocket. The surging star energy was more than 10 times stronger than the star accumulating pill. Yixing could feel that from all directions, there seemed to be something constantly drilling into his body. The surging star energy in his body was coming from this. Yixing released his senses and immediately sensed the dark void above his head, as well as the shadow of the huge star Yuan Qi. He was shocked. This was his astrology. When he first sensed the star Yuan Qi, he had sensed it once. After that, he had not sensed anything. Only when he cultivated could he absorb the star energy. Right now, he was no longer a martial arts idiot. He had a very high level of martial arts knowledge. He knew that before a cultivator became a martial sage, they only had one chance to sense the astrology, which was the manifestation of the astrology. Outsiders could also see it. However, he had just broken through to the 7th stage of the martial path and he was able to sense the manifestation of the celestial body. Moreover, this time, it seemed to have other effects that allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. Yixing opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. He discovered that what entered his body were strands of unknown air currents hidden in the void. They seemed to contain an incomparably vast amount of stellar energy. However, compared to the stellar energy he absorbed during cultivation, the quality of this energy seemed to be a grade higher. What he did not know was that this was astral Yuan Qi. Only after becoming a martial sage could one absorb it. Ordinary cultivators were unable to sense or absorb astral Yuan Qi. They could only slowly absorb the weak astral Yuan Qi from the void. A strand of astral Yuan Qi contained more astral Yuan Qi than 100 strands of astral Yuan Qi. From this, it could be seen that Yixing was able to absorb astral Yuan Qi at the 7th stage of the martial path. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. Naturally, it was like a rocket that soared into the sky. At this moment, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo, who were standing at the entrance of the cave, were shocked. Both of them felt as though there was a suction force, like a magnet attracting a piece of iron, was pulling at the inner martial strength and celestial ring astral force in their bodies, causing them to feel as though their inner martial strength and celestial ring astral force were about to leave their bodies. The two of them hurriedly circulated their cultivation methods to prevent the astral Yuan Qi and inner strength from flowing out of their bodies. However, they could not stop the shock in their hearts. What was going on? This terrifying feeling lasted for a full hour before the two of them felt that they had returned to normal. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with lingering fear. From each other's eyes, the two of them could sense that what had happened just now was related to Yixing. At this moment, in the depths of the cave, Yixing had already stood up. His eyes were filled with joy. In just a short hour, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the early stage of the 7th stage of the martial path. If he had cultivated normally, he might not have been able to achieve this in half a month. This meant that the improvement in his cultivation in this hour was more than half a month of normal cultivation. From this, it could be seen that his cultivation speed in this hour was indeed like sitting on a rocket. If he could maintain this speed, he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th stage in less than a day. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to the astral manifestation and it was not under Yixing's control. When the astral manifestation ended, the super-fast cultivation speed also stopped. Yixing was not a greedy person. In just an hour, his cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 7th stage of the martial path. He was already very satisfied and happy. Moreover, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, he felt that he had taken a big step forward in integrating the various martial arts in his super brain. It seemed that he did not need to reach the 8th stage of the martial path to completely integrate all the martial arts. At that time, his level of martial arts knowledge would be comparable to that of a martial saint. Naturally, he would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort and his strength would increase greatly. Zishan Academy. When Yixing's cultivation broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, Wei Qingxian was also sprinting towards the 7th stage of the martial path. Wei Qingxian was valued by Zishan Ho. She enjoyed special treatment and endless resources.
Her aptitude was also good, so naturally, her cultivation speed was very fast. Without the Sylvestar fruit, Wei Qingxian used a high-grade star accumulation pill to stabilize her cultivation to the peak of the 6th stage. Naturally, she broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path. The breakthrough process was very simple. Everything happened naturally. The 7th star ring appeared in her dantian. The surging inner strength in her body surged out of her body and she stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path. I've finally become a martial master. I wonder if Yixing is faster or if I'm faster. Wei Qingxian thought happily in her heart. Before she could think about it, Wei Qingshuan's head buzzed, causing her to fall into a deep sleep and fall into a coma. It's here again. This was Wei Qingshuan's last thought before she fainted. Wei Qingxian sensed the stars at the age of 10 and started cultivating. A few years ago, her performance was relatively ordinary. At the age of 14, she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path and became a true martial artist. When she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path, Wei Qingxian fainted once. She felt that she had a dream. There were some blurry scenes in the dream that she couldn't remember when she woke up. However, after that, her cultivation became much easier. Soon, she stepped into the 5th stage of the martial path and became a rising star of the Azure Sky City. She and Yixing were known as the twin prides. Now, when she broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, this situation happened again. Wei Qingxian fainted, but her consciousness was still a little bit clear. Some blurry scenes flashed in her mind. There seemed to be a person in the scene looking at her. However, it was very blurry and she couldn't see clearly. She felt that the person was very familiar. Soon, the person moved. He stood high in the sky and used all kinds of terrifying martial arts. Wei Qingxian seemed to understand something, but she still couldn't see clearly. In the end, all the scenes disappeared and turned into a light that merged into her mind. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Qingxian woke up. That dream again? Wei Qingxian was shocked. She immediately stood up and checked her body. There was no abnormality. The only change was that her cultivation was very stable. She remembered that she had just stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path, but now her cultivation was in the middle stage of the 7th stage. This was exactly the same as when she fainted when she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path. When she woke up, her cultivation was in the middle stage of the 4th stage of the martial path. Moreover, after a little more than a month, her cultivation broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. While this surprised her, she also felt a surge of joy. If this was the case, she wasn't far from the 8th stage of the martial path. She was only 14.5 years old now. It seemed that she had a high chance of becoming a martial saint around the age of 17 like the red-clothed girl and Zishan Ho. Hee, this time Yixing shouldn't be able to beat me. However, Yixing's martial arts attainments are very high and his strength is very strong. Even if his cultivation is not as good as mine, his battle strength may not be inferior to mine. It seems that I have to strengthen my martial arts cultivation. Wei Qingxian thought. She and Yixing had both risen in Celestial Azure City and had a close relationship. However, the two of them also had a secret competition on the martial path. Who is that familiar figure in the dream? Why do I always dream of him? Moreover, the martial arts he used were so strong, as if they could turn the heavens and the earth upside down. I'm afraid that even a martial saint wouldn't have that kind of power. Wei Qingshuan's mind spun. She was filled with curiosity towards everything in the dream. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of any clues. She couldn't see the person in the dream or the martial arts clearly. However, the martial arts comprehension she obtained was preserved. She felt that her martial arts attainments had increased by a lot. As long as she put it into practice, there would be great progress.
On the same day, Yixing and Wei Qingxian both stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path and became martial masters. Similarly, when the two of them broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, something abnormal happened. However, that abnormal thing only lasted for a short period of time. After that, the days passed as usual. Half a month later, Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo returned to the Zishan Academy. After half a month of experience, Yixing's cultivation had already reached the middle of the 7th stage of the martial path. The integration of many martial arts in his mind was also close to perfection. His martial arts attainments had made great progress compared to when he was at the 6th stage of the martial path. The reason why Yixing returned was because the assessment of the advanced class was approaching. He now wholeheartedly wanted to enter the Falling Star sect. However, entering the Falling Star sect was only possible if one performed well in the academy. No matter how outstanding Yixing's performance in the lower class was, he was still a student of the lower class. If the Falling Star sect were to choose a disciple, they wouldn't be able to pick him in a short period of time. Therefore, he needed to prove to others that even among the students of the advanced class, he, Yixing, was ranked at the top. He might even be number 1. He wanted to become the most outstanding student of the Zishan Academy. When the Falling Star sect were to choose a disciple, they would naturally choose him. What was considered the most outstanding student? Naturally, it was to participate in the advanced class assessment and compete with the students of the advanced class to determine who was better. Only by comparison could one determine who was better. I didn't complete the 4th chapter yesterday, but I will deliver the 4th chapter today. There isn't much time left for double monthly votes, please get one more. Chapter 116. Yixing's return with a cultivation of the 7th stage of the martial path shook the entire Indigo Mountain Institute. Even though Yixing's strength was heaven-defying, defeating Xiong Qisheng, who was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, shocking everyone, it couldn't hide the fact that he was a 2-star Destiny Realm cultivator. Therefore, everyone believed that Yixing's cultivation would be his shortcoming in the future. It wasn't easy to break through from the 6th stage of the martial path to the 7th stage, but no one expected that Yixing would become a martial Dao master in just 2 months. This news shocked everyone and naturally caused a sensation in the entire Indigo Mountain Institute. Yixing has indeed broken through. I don't know if his cultivation has reached the middle of the 7th stage, but in such a short period of time, it's impossible for him to reach the peak of the 7th stage. He should still be a little weaker than me, he. Wei Qingxian thought happily when she heard that Yixing had become a martial Dao master. After she fainted, her cultivation had a period of rapid growth. In the past half a month, her cultivation had increased rapidly and had reached the peak of the 7th stage. Compared to other warriors, this kind of cultivation speed was simply shocking. However, her heavenly fate was indeed very high. Moreover, the academy had provided her with sufficient cultivation resources. Coupled with her miraculous dream, such progress was actually very normal. Yixing didn't point out that his cultivation had reached the middle of the 7th stage. In response to everyone's surprise, he explained, I obtained some high-grade herbs in the Azure Cloud Mountain range and obtained the Silver Star fruit. That's how I broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path. This sentence naturally spread along with the news that Yixing had become a martial Dao master. Everyone suddenly realized that Yixing had obtained a great opportunity. The high-grade herbs were very precious, especially the Silver Star fruit, which was almost impossible to find. They attributed Yixing's ability to become a martial Dao master to luck, and the shock in their hearts lessened by a lot. The first thing Yixing did when he returned to the Purple Mountain Academy was to apply to participate in the advanced class competition. Yixing had already defeated Xiong Qisheng 2 months ago, proving that he was qualified to compete with the students of the advanced class. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the martial path, he was naturally more qualified. However, This was the first time in the history of the Purple Mountain Institute that a new student could participate in the advanced class competition. The institute's teachers did not directly approve of Yixing's participation just because he had the ability, but instead reported it to the 3 vice principals. Yixing was already in the limelight in the Purple Mountain Institute. The 3 vice deans didn't want him to be in the limelight anymore and wanted to reject Yixing's application. However, Xiaofan, who had never cared about the matters of the academy, received the news and issued an order: let Yixing participate in the advanced class competition. This time, I, Ho, will personally oversee the competition. The 3 vice principals looked at each other in dismay. Xiaofan actually wanted to personally oversee the competition this time, and Xiaofan had never interfered with the previous 3 advanced class competitions. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to disobey Xiaofan's orders. Yixing was also included in the advanced class competitions list. On this day, the Purple Mountain Institute was incomparably lively. It was the day of the advanced class competition, and it was even grander than the new student competition. This was because every advanced class competition was related to the Falling Star sect's selection of disciples. Today, the students of the Purple Mountain Institute were especially excited because Xiaofan would personally oversee the competition this time. Xiaofan was a legend in the Purple Mountain County, the only martial saint. The students had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person. However, when Xiaofan appeared, the gazes of the majority of the students were filled with astonishment and disappointment. Xiaofan was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed by someone. He looked extraordinary, but his whole person didn't have the slightest bit of an expert's aura. He was just like an ordinary person. On the other hand, the youth who was pushing Xiaofan's wheelchair shocked the majority of the students. This was only an 18 or 19-year-old youth. He looked about the same as the advanced class students, but his aura was incomparably powerful, surpassing any 9th-stage martial path teacher in the institute. Perhaps, only the 3 vice principals' aura could compare. Who is this person? Xiaofan actually has such a powerful junior, and he's a 9th-stage martial master? Some students exclaimed in a low voice. The majority of the students didn't recognize Wang Feng. However, some students from the county city knew and whispered, this is the county city's Wang clan's genius junior, Wang Feng, the nephew of Vice Principal Wang. He was accepted by Xiaofan as a direct disciple at a young age, and later became his adopted son. I heard that he is Martial Saint Tian Ming, destined to become a martial saint in the future. When this news spread, whether it was the advanced class students or the new students, there was a burst of cold gasps. Martial Saint Tian Ming's peerless genius? Xiaofan's direct disciple, and even his adopted son? Compared to Wang Feng, the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class students, ordinary class students, old students, and new students all paled in comparison. Yixing was also shocked. However, he wasn't shocked by Wang Feng, but rather by Xiaofan. It was as Chu Jingnan had said, that Xiaofan was a cripple. If his legs weren't crippled, why would he be in a wheelchair and be pushed around by others? If he was particular about style, he should be carried around by others. There was no style in sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed around by others. Therefore, it could only be Xiaofan's legs that had a problem. This made Yixing feel strange. He had always thought that when he left the Purple Mountain Academy and encountered danger on the way to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, it was Xiaofan who saved him. However, now it seemed that a cripple who even needed to be pushed around by others, how could he save someone in the wild? If it wasn't Xiaofan, then who was the one who shot the arrow? Students, in this assessment, only the top 10 will be rewarded, and only the top 10 will have the opportunity to participate in the Falling Star sect's disciple selection. Work hard and strive to get a good ranking. Although this assessment only rewards the top 10, the rewards will be doubled. After Xiaofan spoke in front of all the students, he was pushed by Wang Feng to the VIP building.
When the advanced class students heard this, some were happy, while some were sad. In the past, the rewards were the same as the new students' assessment. The top 40 would be rewarded, but this time, only the top 10 would be rewarded. Naturally, a large number of students would lose the opportunity to obtain the rewards. As for the 8th stage martial path students who had hopes of getting into the top 10, they were all very excited. The rewards for the top 10 were very generous, and if it was doubled, it would be even more exciting. The assessment soon began. The process was similar to the new students' assessment, but there was a slight difference. After entering the 2nd stage, there would be elimination matches until the first place was decided. Yixing, as a new student, joined the assessment list. Naturally, he was ranked last and was assigned to the 20th group. When the assessment began, the 20th group's matches were without a doubt the most spectators. A new student participating in the advanced class assessment was something that had never happened before in the Purple Mountain Academy. All the new students felt incomparable glory. Yixing's group naturally attracted the most attention of the new students. The standard of the Purple Mountain Academy's students was not high. The advanced genius class had a total of 13 8th-stage martial artists, while the ordinary class had none. Most of the geniuses were 7th-stage martial artists, while the ordinary class had 6th-stage martial artists. In the 20th group, the highest cultivation was a peak 7th-stage martial artist, 3 7th-stage martial artists, and 15 6th-stage martial artists. Yixing's cultivation was in the middle of the 7th stage, and his martial arts attainments far exceeded theirs. Naturally, he swept through the 20 group. Even the peak 7th stage martial artist could not stop Yixing's sweeping path and was defeated in one move. Yixing easily took the first place in the 20th group and advanced to the 2nd stage of the elimination matches. There was no doubt that Yixing's performance was extremely eye-catching, but he could not be considered the leader. Wei Qingxian also swept all the way in Group 17, and no one was her match. Wei Qingxian was originally a new student, but was specially recruited into the advanced genius class. The new students also had a strong sense of identity with her. Moreover, a young girl was always more attractive than a man. Yixing's audience was mostly snatched away by Wei Qingxian. No wonder Wei Qingxian was specially recruited into the advanced genius class. Her cultivation speed is too fast, not one bit slower than Yixing. Her strength is also so strong. Of course, she is the only 9-star Destiny student in the academy. How can she not be a genius? The new students were all shocked. The competition didn't last long and ended in less than 4 hours. The top 40 students were determined. The 13 level 8 grandmasters naturally advanced. Other than them, there were also peak level 7 grandmasters and peak level 7 grandmasters. Including Yixing, there was no one whose cultivation was lower than middle level 7 grandmasters. After the elimination matches, the academy had to redivide the square and rest for a period of time. Just as the elimination matches were about to begin, 3 giant blue-winged eagles with wingspan of more than 10 zhang flew towards the Purple Mountain Academy, directly entering the academy's airspace. Not being a member of the academy, directly entering from the sky was an extremely disrespectful act towards the Purple Mountain Academy. On the back of each blue-winged eagle, there was a martial artist, an old man in his 60s, and 2 middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Their auras were monstrous, as deep as the sea. Seeing that there were many people in the academy square, the 3 of them controlled the blue-winged eagles and directly swooped down. At the same time, the 3 of them released their cultivation, and a terrifying aura suppressed in all directions. Many students could not help but tremble under the pressure of the 3's aura. It was the aura of a martial saint. In the Purple Mountain Academy, from the teachers to the students, no one was not shocked. It was rare to see a martial saint, but these 3 were all martial saints. Who dares to intrude into my Purple Mountain Academy? Zi Shanho is here, don't be presumptuous.
Wang Haiqing's voice came from the highest floor of the VIP building. As the first vice principal of the academy, he naturally stood out. The three martial saints looked at each other. The old man nodded slightly and jumped down from the blue-winged eagle. The three of them cupped their fists towards the VIP building to show their respect. Although they were all martial saints, Xiaofan was the lord of the Fallen Star country, which was also the lord of the Fallen Star sect. Naturally, his status was higher than theirs. Chapter 117. The three of them appeared to be well-mannered, but in reality, their expressions were not respectful at all. Even juniors like Chu Jingnan had heard that Xiaofan was a cripple. How could they not know that these three were martial saints? Xiaofan had been in Xishan County for more than 10 years and had always been depressed. He rarely took care of matters and rarely showed himself. The martial saints of the Fallen Star Kingdom all knew that he was a cripple, so how could they have the slightest respect for him? After the superficial courtesy, the old man in his 60s said loudly, "Xiaofan, I am the vice principal of the Ziyang Academy, Mo Baisheng. Your Zishan Academy's student, Yixing, killed my student, Zhenxiang Temple. We are here to capture Yixing Zishan. For the sake of the harmony between the two academies, please hand over that traitor Yixing." When Yixing saw the three of them, he already had some guesses in his heart. It was as he had expected. The martial saints of the Ziyang Academy actually came to the Zishan Academy to capture him, and even sent out the vice principal. It could be seen that Zhen Xianglin's status in the Ziyang Academy was not ordinary. When Mo Baisheng said this, everyone in the Zishan Academy was shocked, and their expressions were different. The students who had never heard of the Ziyang Academy were fine, but those who had heard of the Ziyang Academy were even more shocked. The Ziyang Academy was one of the three strongest academies in the Fallen Star Kingdom. Even their teachers were martial saints. Yixing dared to kill a student of the Ziyang Academy. This was simply eating a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The deacons and teachers of the academy naturally knew of the Ziyang Academy, and they were all incomparably shocked. As for the three vice principals, Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran were shocked, and at the same time, they frowned and felt a surge of anger in their hearts. Yixing had caused such a disaster. Not only would he suffer, but the Zishan Academy would also lose face. On the other hand, Wang Haiqing sneered in his heart. He wanted Yixing to die, but he did not dare to do so because of Zishan's warning. Now that Yixing had caused such a disaster, Yixing was seeking his own death. The only one whose expression remained the same was Zishan, as if this was a trivial matter that wasn't worth mentioning. Zishan said, "Today is the day of our Zishan Academy's advanced class entrance examination. If there's anything, we can talk about it after the examination. The three of you are guests from afar, so please take a rest on the side." Zishan's reply allowed Yixing to let out a sigh of relief. If the academy didn't care about him, no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for him to escape from the palms of the three martial saints. Mo Baisheng and the other two martial saints looked unhappy. They had come to the Purple Mountain Academy to capture people. What did the exam have to do with them? However, Zishan was still a marquis conferred by the emperor. Even if the three of them did not take him seriously, they were not willing to offend him. After all, their status was lower than Zishan's. Alright, then we'll wait until after the test to capture that traitor. As Mo Baisheng spoke, he leaped onto the blue-winged eagle's back and waved his hand. The other two martial saints also leaped onto the blue-winged eagle's back. The three huge blue-winged eagles fluttered their wings and glided, standing in a row on the side of the square as spectators. Zishan did not invite them to sit upstairs, so the three of them naturally waited on the side. The elimination round began quickly. In the first round, 20 out of 40 would advance. Yixing, as the first in the 20th group, was the last to fight. His opponent was a peak 7th layer martial grandmaster.
The Purple Mountain Academy is really weak. They don't even have a 9th layer martial grandmaster. Even if they have 8th layer martial grandmasters, there are only 13 of them. Our Ziyang Academy can just send out a genius class of less than 10 students to defeat them. The 2 martial saints beside Mo Baisheng said after watching a few matches. The 2 of them were teachers of the Ziyang Academy. In the Ziyang Academy, although they were martial saints, they were not considered the highest level of the academy. Coming to the Purple Mountain Academy, they felt incomparably superior. In the Purple Mountain Academy, even the vice principal was not a martial saint. As martial saints, they naturally had the qualifications to be superior. This girl is not bad. Her cultivation is very solid, and her martial arts attainments are also far superior to those of the same realm. It seems that the Purple Mountain Academy still has some talents. When Wei Qingxian went on stage and defeated her peak 7th layer martial grandmaster in one move, the eyes of a martial saint teacher from the Ziyang Academy lit up. Another martial saint teacher said, "It's a pity. What can a good seedling do in the Purple Mountain Academy? She's already in the advanced class, but her cultivation is only at the 7th layer of the martial path. What a waste of talent." Although Wei Qingxian was only 14 years old, she had developed well. Her figure did not look worse than an 18 or 19-year-old girl. In addition, her face was covered with a thin veil, so the 2 martial saints could not see her appearance. Naturally, they did not know that she was only 14 years old. Even the Ziyang Academy did not have a 14-year-old 7th layer martial grandmaster. In the 4th round, the first place of the group would fight against the second place of the other groups. Those who could take the first place of the group were naturally strong. They did not need much time to defeat their opponents. Every battle went quickly, and soon it was the last round of the round. The 20th round, Yixing against Yanggu. The 3 martial saints from the Ziyang Academy were all excited when they heard this. Their gazes suddenly became much sharper. When Yixing went on stage, he immediately felt 3 blade-like gazes locking onto him. Yanggu's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer. Xiong Qisheng was defeated by Yixing because of this cultivation. At that time, Yixing was only a 6th layer martial grandmaster, but now, Yixing was a martial Dao grandmaster. I admit defeat. Yanggu did not even fight and directly admitted defeat. He could not even defeat Xiong Qisheng, who was at the peak of the 7th layer. Now that Yixing's cultivation had broken through, his strength was obviously much stronger than 2 months ago. Yanggu knew that he was far from being a match for Yixing. Zhenxiang Temple died under Yixing's arrow. Wu Baisheng and the other 2 martial saints did not know about Yixing's strength. They wanted to see Yixing's strength, but they did not expect that Yixing's opponent would directly admit defeat. They did not see anything. Just like this, Yixing easily entered the top 20. The second round of the elimination round began. In this round, 10 out of 20 would advance, but there were 13 8th layer martial grandmasters. There would be 1 8th layer martial grandmaster in each round, and 3 of them would be martial grandmasters. The first round, Ren Xiaowu against Shi Lizhi. The second round, Bu Haoling against Yu Gaoxian. The third round, Su Maodian against Wei Qingxian. The fourth round, Li Pengfei against Wu Yingkai. The fifth round, Xiong Qisheng against Yixing. When Yixing heard the name list for the fifth round, the corner of his mouth curled up and his eyes lit up. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He would have to fight against Xiong Qisheng again. Although Xiong Qisheng was seriously injured 2 months ago, he was completely healed in half a month with the help of Vice Principal Wang. Moreover, this injury was a blessing in disguise. He broke through the barrier to the 8th layer of the martial path. In half a month, he broke through to the 8th layer of the martial path and became an 8th layer martial grandmaster. Now, he had been an 8th layer martial grandmaster for a month. Yixing, your martial arts attainments have already reached such a high level. I don't believe you can improve any further. As long as your martial arts attainments don't improve, even if you become a 7th-layer martial grandmaster, you may not be my match. Xiong Qisheng thought to himself. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This time, in front of everyone, I will repay you 10 times, no, 100 times what you gave me in the past. Neither of them paid attention to the name list for the next few rounds. By the time they reacted, the first round had already begun. Ren Xiuwu, a peak 8th-layer martial grandmaster, defeated Shiliji, a beginner 8th-layer martial grandmaster, in one move and advanced to the top 10. In the second round, Bu Haoling also defeated his opponent in one move. He was a mid-8th-layer martial grandmaster, while his opponent, Yu Gaoxian, was only a 7th-layer martial grandmaster. In the third round, Su Maodian, a beginner 8th-layer martial grandmaster, fought against Wei Qingxian, a peak 7th-layer martial grandmaster. Although most of the students were on Wei Qingxuan's side and wanted Wei Qingxian to win, they knew in their hearts that a 7th-layer martial grandmaster against an 8th-layer martial grandmaster was too difficult. There was basically no hope of victory. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. One move. Wei Qingxian defeated Su Maodian, a beginner 8th-layer martial grandmaster, in one move and won. Although this result made everyone happy, it also shocked all the students. Wei Qingxuan's strength was too strong. Other than Yixing, she was the only one in the competition who could defeat an opponent of a higher level. In the fourth round, Wu Yingkai, a 7th-layer martial grandmaster, lost to Li Pengfei, an 8th-layer martial grandmaster. This was within everyone's expectations. The fifth round was another exciting battle. When Yixing and Xiong Qisheng entered the arena, all the students' spirits were lifted. 2 months ago, Yixing had already defeated Xiong Qisheng, and Xiong Qisheng was severely injured in front of everyone's eyes. Now, Yixing's cultivation had broken through to the martial Dao master level, and Xiong Qisheng's cultivation had also advanced to the martial Dao grandmaster level. If the two of them fought again, would there be any changes in the result? Not only were the students' spirits lifted, but the academy's teachers were also in high spirits, revealing expressions of interest. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Wang Haiqing narrowed his eyes. Although in Wang Haiqing's opinion, Yixing would definitely be taken away by the vice principal of Ziyang Academy after the assessment, it couldn't be better if Xiong Qisheng could teach him a lesson so that Xiong Qisheng could wash away the humiliation from 2 months ago. At the edge of the square, the eyes of the 3 martial sages from Ziyang Academy, who were sitting on the back of the green-winged eagle, also lit up. In the last round, they didn't see Yixing fight. This round, they should be able to see it. After Yixing and Xiong Qisheng entered the arena, they didn't say a word and immediately started fighting. Xiong Qisheng took the lead and attacked first. He unsheathed his treasured saber, and the saber radiance, which was like moonlight, instantly slashed towards Yixing. Yixing faced the saber radiance and retreated instead of advancing. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. In an instant, Yixing's temperament changed. He turned into the king of beasts, a fierce tiger that came down from the mountains. When this fist was punched out, the sound of the fist whistled through the sky, as if a fierce tiger was roaring. Middle-grade martial skill, Roaring Tiger Fist. 2 months ago, Yixing had comprehended the Roaring Tiger Fist to the perfection stage, but he was interrupted by Xiong Qisheng in the midst of his enlightenment. In the end, he only comprehended the low-grade martial skill completely, and was still a little lacking in the mid-grade martial skill's perfection stage. Now, 2 months had passed. Yixing's cultivation had broken through, and his mastery of martial arts had improved a lot. This Roaring Tiger Fist had truly reached the perfection stage. Xiong Qisheng only felt that Yixing had turned into an incomparably huge fierce tiger, rushing towards him. He was greatly shocked. Bang! The treasured saber flew backwards, and Yixing's fist landed on Xiong Qisheng's chest. Chapter 118. Xiong Qisheng was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch like a cannonball. His chest caved in with a fist mark. He spat out blood and was severely injured. One punch. Just one punch. Xiong Qisheng was defeated by Yi Xing, and it was a terrible defeat. This result was out of everyone's expectations. They were expecting Xiong Qisheng to reach the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm and have a fierce battle with Yi Xing. But in the end, Xiong Qisheng was defeated with one punch. Xiong Qisheng was blown dozens of zhangs away by Yi Xing's punch, and fell on the ground far away. He struggled for a while, but couldn't crawl back up. A few of his ribs had been broken, which was exactly where Yi Xing had injured him 2 months ago. Now, it was the second time he had been injured, which was extremely serious. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Wang Haiqing's eyes instantly revealed an extremely terrifying gaze. He had always been a protective person. Seeing his own son being beaten so miserably, if not for Zi Shanho's presence, he would probably have already flipped out in anger. Mo Baisheng and the other 3 martial saints from the Ziyang school were also surprised. They did not expect Yi Xing to be so powerful. They had only heard that Yi Xing was good at archery. Dean Wu, Yi Xing is obviously a genius in the Zishan school. What if they don't hand him over? The martial saint teacher on the left asked Mo Baisheng. Mo Baisheng squinted and replied, "Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. He wants us to wait, so we will wait. When the test is over, we don't care if he is a genius or not. We just want him. If he refuses again, we will have to resort to force. Let's see how a crippled noble plain cultivator can resist the 3 of us." Yi Xing defeated Xiong Qisheng with one punch. Although it caused a commotion, the test continued and the winners of the next 5 rounds were decided. Li Yongping won the 6th match, Sikongya won the 7th match, Chou Tianda won the 8th match, Cui Jingtong won the 9th match, and Yan Feilwan won the 10th match. The winners were all level 8 grandmasters. Among them, Chou Tianda's cultivation was at the middle level 8, and he defeated an opponent at the early level 8. Including Ren Xiaowu, Bu Haoling, Wei Qingxian, Li Pengfei, and Yi Xing, who had won the previous 5 matches, they were in the top 10. In the 3rd round of the knockout stage, 5 out of 10 would advance. In this round, the winners of the first 5 matches would face off against the winners of the last 5 matches. The first match was between Ren Xiaowu and Li Yongping. The second match was between Bu Haoling and Si Kongya. The third match was between Wei Qingxian and Chou Tianda. The 4th match was between Li Pengfei and Cui Jingtong. The 5th match was between Yi Xing and Yan Feilwan. In this round, the most eye-catching match was the 3rd match, between Wei Qingxian and Chou Tianda. In the previous round, Wei Qingxian defeated Su Maodian, who was at the early level 8, with one move. In this round, her opponent was Chou Tianda, who was at the middle level 8. As for the other 4 matches, there was almost no suspense. Ren Xiaowu's cultivation was at the peak of level 8, Bu Haoling and Li Pengfei were at the middle level 8, and Yi Xing defeated Xiong Qisheng, who was at the early level 8, with one punch. Their opponents were all at the early level 8, so there was no suspense. The first and second matches ended quickly, without any surprises. Ren Xiaowu defeated his opponent with one move again, and Bu Haoling won very easily. In the third match, Wei Qingxian and Chou Tianda walked into the center of the arena. Everyone's spirits were lifted. This match was the most exciting match of this round. Wei Qingxuan's performance in the last round was too amazing. Everyone wanted to know if Chou Tianda, who was at the middle level 8, could stop Wei Qingxian. "Senior brother Chou, please." Wei Qingxian cupped her hands to Chou Tianda and said in a pleasant voice. Chou Tianda was tall, more than 1.9 meters, and muscular like an iron tower. He said in a muffled voice, "Junior sister Wei, I admire your combat strength,
but it's not that easy to defeat me. In this assessment, you can only stop at the top 10. Wei Qingxian laughed like a silver bell and said, "Top 10? But I still want to be the first." Want to be the first? All the students were shocked. Everyone thought that Ren Xiaowu, who was at the peak of level 8, would be the first in the assessment. Wei Qingxuan's strength was very strong, but basically no one thought that she could be compared with Ren Xiaowu. In the eyes of the students, Zhou Tianda was Wei Qingxuan's biggest enemy, and Wei Qingxian might not be able to pass this stage. However, there was one person who was very confident in Wei Qingxian, and that was Yixing. Yixing's martial arts attainments were superb, and he could feel that Wei Qingxuan's martial arts attainments were also very profound. It was very likely that she was not inferior to him. Although he was curious how Wei Qingxian could have such high attainments in martial arts, he had a strong feeling that it was not bad. Half of my genius is due to the super brain. Maybe, she is the real peerless genius in martial arts. Yixing said to himself. Zhou Tianda looked unhappy. Wei Qingxian said that she wanted to be the first. Didn't that mean that only Ren Xiaowu was her opponent? Wasn't that looking down on Zhou Tianda? If you want to be the first, you have to get through me first. Zhou Tianda shouted, and his tall body rushed toward Wei Qingxian. He was born with great strength, and his body was strong. Practicing the body refining technique was twice the result with half the effort. Although his martial arts attainments were average, he had practiced the Iron Ox skill to the realm beyond the profound level. The Iron Ox technique was an upper-grade body refining technique. There were not many 8th-level grandmasters who had cultivated the upper-grade body refining technique to the Desheng level. However, Zhou Tianda's Iron Ox technique had surpassed the Desheng level, and his physical strength was extremely strong. Zhou Tianda didn't need to have a high level of martial arts attainment. He could crush many level 8 grandmasters with his powerful body alone. Zhou Tianda was like an iron ox trampling on the ground. He rushed to Wei Qingxian, swayed his body, and punched out instantly. Middle-class martial arts technique, Reckless Ox Fist. Zhou Tianda's martial arts attainments were not high. Although he had learned the upper-class martial arts technique, he had just stepped into the realm of small success. It was better to use a full-fledged middle-class martial arts technique. Moreover, the combination of Reckless Ox Fist and Iron Ox skill would be more powerful. When Zhou Tianda used it, even the upper-class martial arts technique at the profound level would not be as powerful. However, in the face of Zhou Tianda's rampage, Wei Qingxian did not even take half a step back. Her clothes moved without wind, as if there was an invisible force coming from her body. It shook in all directions, and in an instant, there was a feeling of indomitable spirit. Lower-class body refining technique, Mountain Skill. Mountain Skill focused on momentum, and Wei Qingxuan's momentum had reached the realm of perfection. It was truly out of God. Zhou Tianda's eyes changed. At that moment, Wei Qingxuan's figure was not in his eyes, but an incomparably huge mountain. This shocked Zhou Tianda, and his momentum suddenly decreased. No matter how strong the Iron Ox was, could it collide with a real mountain? At that moment, Zhou Tianda was affected by the momentum of Wei Qingxuan's mountain skill. Ha! At the same time, Wei Qingxian shouted and punched Zhou Tianda's fist. Roar of the Tiger. Middle-class martial arts technique, Roar of the Tiger Fist. In Zhou Tianda's eyes, a huge tiger suddenly jumped down from the huge mountain and pounced on him. This made Zhou Tianda's shock turn into horror. His heart suddenly jumped, and his momentum collapsed again. Without the momentum of Reckless Ox Fist, the power of Reckless Ox Fist was naturally reduced. Bang! With a loud explosion, Zhou Tianda felt pain in his arm and immediately woke up from the shock of Wei Qingxuan's momentum. But it was too late. A terrifying force passed from the point of contact between the two fists, and the clothes on Zhou Tianda's arm were hit by the force and shattered inch by inch. Whoosh! Zhou Tianda instantly flew backward, and was blown away by Wei Qingxuan's punch. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Everyone in the Zishan Academy, whether it was the elders or the students, was shocked at this moment. Even the 3 martial arts saints from the Ziyang Academy were shocked by Wei Qingxuan's strength. Even Yixing, who had long expected Wei Qingxian to easily defeat Chou Tianda, showed a trace of surprise. Wei Qingxian defeated the enemy with 1 punch, and won cleanly. Even he could not do better. Chou Tianda flew back more than 10 meters, and after landing, he took a few more steps back before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were full of horror. Senior Sister Wei. Senior Sister Wei's strength is too strong for Chou Tianda. I admit defeat. Chou Tianda was an open-minded person. Being defeated by Wei Qingxian with 1 punch could be said to be a big loss of face, but he was not angry. Instead, he was convinced by Wei Qingxuan's strength, and was full of respect for Wei Qingxian. He even changed the way he addressed her as Senior Sister. Senior Brother Chou, thank you for letting me win. Wei Qingxian nodded. She was not arrogant. Senior Sister Wei. At this time, no one knew who was hot-headed and shouted. Senior Sister Wei. Senior Sister Wei. Senior Sister Wei is the champion. Wei Qingxian was not only very popular among the new students, but also many of the older students, like Chou Tianda, were convinced by her. Someone shouted the first, and soon a large number of students followed suit. Their voices were full of passion, and someone directly shouted that she was the champion, which made Ren Xiaowu, who was at the peak of level 8, gloomy. Wei Qingxian was stunned. She could be said to be the youngest in the whole Zishan Academy, only 14.5 years old. She was a little confused to be called Senior Sister Wei by so many students all of a sudden. She kindly smiled at the students who were shouting around her, and then stepped back. The veil covered her smile, but the students felt the smile in her eyes, and some of them shouted even more excitedly. In terms of popularity, Wei Qingxian was worthy of the title of number 1 in the Zishan Academy. This Wei Qingxian is indeed very unusual. Vice Principal Mo, when we take Yixing away later, should we take her with us? It's too wasteful for her to stay in this rubbish academy. We can recruit her into the Ziyang Academy and focus on training her. In the future, when she is sent to the Falling Stars sect, she may be another martial saint. In that case, the Ziyang Academy will make a contribution to the Falling Stars sect. The martial saint teacher on the left side of Mo Baisheng was very optimistic about Wei Qingxian, and transmitted his voice to Mo Baisheng. Mo Baisheng nodded, yes, she is indeed good. If the Ziyang Academy wants to take her as a student, I think the Zishan Academy will not dare to stop us. When the time comes, we can just give the Zishan Academy some compensation. When the passionate shouting quieted down, the 4th battle was over. Li Pengfei, who was at the middle of level 8, won. The 5th battle was Yixing's turn again, and his opponent was Yan Feilwan. Chapter 119. Yan Feilwan was in the early stage of LV8. Xiong Qisheng was also in the early stage of LV8, but he was defeated by Yixing with 1 punch. Therefore, Yan Feilwan admitted defeat without hesitation. Yixing entered the top 5 without drawing blood. Now, the top 5 were all announced. Ren Xiaowu, Bu Haoling, Wei Qingxian, Li Pengfei, and Yixing. Among them, Ren Xiaowu was at the peak of the 8th level. Bu Haoling and Li Pengfei were at the middle of the 8th level. Wei Qingxian and Yixing were both at the 7th level. The former was at the peak of the 7th level and the latter was at the middle of the 7th level. Among the top 5, there were actually 2 7th-level grandmasters. This result was probably something that no one had expected. Before the assessment, who would have thought that Yixing and Wei Qingxian, 2 7th-layer grandmasters, would be able to make it to the top 5 when even a mid-8th layer grandmaster was eliminated? Moreover, one of them had already declared that he would take the first place and received the support of most students. This change was unexpected. In the 4th round, 3 out of 5 would advance. One of the remaining 4 would fight against each other. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. After the Academy's research, Ren Xiaowu, who was in the peak of LV8, would have a bye in the 4th round. As the student with the highest cultivation in the advanced class, Ren Xiaowu's strength was naturally not weak. His bye was expected. As for the remaining 4 battles, many people were surprised. The Academy did not arrange for Yixing and Wei Qingxian, who were in the 7th stage, to fight against each other. Instead, they each fought against a middle stage of LV8. In the 1st round, Bu Haoling would fight against Wei Qingxian. In the 2nd round, Li Pengfei would fight against Yixing. In the last round, Chou Tianda, who was in the middle stage of LV8, was defeated by Wei Qingxian with one punch. Therefore, the outcome of the first battle was already expected. The students were looking forward to the battle between Li Pengfei and Yixing. Everyone wanted to know if Yixing could defeat a LV8 mid-stage grandmaster like Wei Qingxian. If that was the case, the battle for the top 3 would be extremely exciting and full of suspense. The first battle ended quickly. Wei Qingxian was indeed much stronger than a mid-8th level grandmaster. Even though Bu Haoling didn't fight Wei Qingxian head-on, he was defeated by Wei Qingxian within a few moves. Wei Qingxian entered the top 3. Bu Haoling sighed in his heart after being eliminated. He felt that he was unlucky. His opponent was Wei Qingxian, but Li Pengfei's luck was much better than his. Yixing's battle prowess was clearly much weaker than Wei Qingxuan's. He was in the middle stage of the 8th stage, so he could definitely fight with Wei Qingxian. He had a high chance of winning, and if he won, he could enter the top 3. Senior Brother Yi, you can do it. Senior Li, defeat him. When Yixing and Li Pengfei walked into the arena, the scene suddenly became lively. The freshman naturally stood on Yixing's side, hoping that Yixing could win this battle. After all, Yixing was a true freshman in name, and Wei Qingxian was already a student of the advanced class. Only if Yixing defeated the genius of the advanced class would the freshman feel the greatest sense of honor. The advanced class students, without a doubt, all stood on Li Pengfei's side. Wei Qingxian defeating the genius of the advanced class was one thing, because although she was a new student, she was still a student of the advanced class. On the other hand, Yixing was a true freshman of the ordinary class. The students of the advanced class were absolutely unwilling to see a new student of the ordinary class step on their heads, no matter how outstanding this new student was. Xiong Qisheng's defeat, Yan Feilwan's admission of defeat, and Yixing's advancement into the top 5 had already made the students of the advanced class very unhappy. They felt that they had lost face, so naturally, they were now united against a common enemy. They all hoped that Li Pengfei would be able to eliminate Yixing otherwise, with Yixing, a new student, in the advanced class's assessment, the older students would feel very uncomfortable, sullen, and ashamed. Brat, you're just a new student who's only been here for 3 months, yet you're here to participate in the seniors' assessment. Are you trying to bully our advanced class? Li Pengfei was just like his surname. His expression was cold and stern, giving people a feeling of callousness. He coldly stared at Yixing and said, "You stop at the top 5. Yixing smiled and imitated Wei Qingxuan's tone. Top 5? I still want to take first place. Listening to this sentence, which was almost exactly the same as what Wei Qingxian had said before, and in the same tone, all the new students naturally laughed, and their confidence in Yixing increased a lot. All the students of the advanced class were stunned and felt that something was wrong. Wei Qingxian, who was among the students of the advanced class, smiled slightly when she heard this, and the corners of her mouth curled up. At this moment, Ren Xiaowu's face became gloomy. Another person had threatened to take first place, and he was also a 7th-level master. In his opinion, this person did not put him, a peak 8th-level master, in his eyes at all. He could not help but snort coldly. Li Pengfei was not as broad-minded as Chou Tianda. Even Chou Tianda was unhappy when he heard Wei Qingxuan's words, and Li Pengfei was even more furious. Arrogant! Li Pengfei shouted coldly. Don't think that you can be arrogant and conceited just because you have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. I'll let you know the gap between you and me now. As soon as his voice fell, Li Pengfei's figure flashed, and in an instant, he turned into a phantom and disappeared. Among the students, except for a few who could roughly see Li Pengfei's figure, most of the students lost track of Li Pengfei at this moment. They could not even see where he was, so how could they fight? After half a blink of an eye, Li Pengfei appeared. He was like a rock spreading its wings, appearing in the air behind Yixing. His palms stretched out and turned into sharp claws. The sharp claws stretched out as fast as lightning, aiming to grab Yixing's head. Upper grade body movement, rock steps. Upper grade martial technique, rock king's claws. They were both upper grade martial arts, and they were even a set of martial arts. If they were used at the same time, their power would be even greater. If this claw were to hit Yixing's head, 5 holes would be clawed out. Yixing seemed to be unaware of Li Pengfei's sudden appearance in the air behind him. His body did not dodge in the slightest. Li Pengfei's rock king claw was like a spark from a flint, grabbing the top of Yixing's head. The internal strength claw that penetrated his body had already grabbed Yixing's head. However, Yixing's head seemed to be especially sturdy, and the claw did not cause any damage. But a real claw was much stronger than the claw's attack power. If one was to be caught, the consequences would be extremely serious. Hiss! Senior Brother Yi. At this moment, the faces of the freshmen changed greatly. Some people sucked in a breath of cold air, and some people cried out in alarm. Some of the advanced class students, who longed for Yixing to be defeated, sneered at this moment. Li Pengfei also sneered in his heart. His speed was unparalleled. As expected, Yixing could not react in time. Thinking of Yixing's heavy injury to Xiong Qisheng, he did not show any mercy. The strength of this claw did not decrease in the slightest. He wanted to claw out 5 holes on Yixing's head and heavily injure him. However, just when he thought that he was 100% sure that he would grab Yixing's head, Yixing seemed to have grown eyes at the back of his head. His head suddenly tilted to the side, avoiding this claw that he was almost certain would succeed. At the same time, Yixing's shoulder pushed upwards, and his body leaned backwards. Yixing's dodge surprised Li Pengfei, but it did not arouse his vigilance. His Rock King's claw just happened to grab the shoulder that was pushed upwards. He thought to himself, that's good. If I grab your head, I might accidentally kill you. I'll grab your shoulder, crush your bones, and cripple your arm. Not only will it not harm your life, but it will also teach you a lesson for your arrogance. It can also be considered as revenge for Xiong Qisheng. Heh! Li Pengfei began to sneer in his heart, but suddenly there was a miserable cry. His claw accurately grabbed Yixing's shoulder. However, the bones on Yixing's shoulder were not broken. What was broken were his finger bones. Yixing's shoulder was as solid as a piece of steel. Moreover, the strength of that strike was extremely terrifying. When Li Pengfei's claw grabbed it, the strong collided with the strong. The difference in the hardness of the body was obvious. Yixing's upper-grade body refining technique, silver body technique, had been cultivated to perfection. The hardness of his body was much higher than Chou Tianda's. Body collision? Even if Chou Tianda collided with him, his bones would be broken, let alone Li Pengfei. However, the shattering of Li Pengfei's finger bones was just the beginning. While he was screaming, Yixing's body leaned back, and just happened to lean in front of him. Li Pengfei only felt that he was hit by a mountain. His miserable cry suddenly turned into a scream. This collision broke countless bones in his body. His body was instantly knocked back more than 10 feet, and fell to the ground far away. He could no longer get up and kept screaming. Yixing's principle had always been that if someone respected him, he would return the favor tenfold. If someone offended him, he would return the favor tenfold. If Li Pengfei was afraid of hurting Yixing when he grabbed at Yixing's head and restrained his strength, then Yixing would definitely not be so ruthless to him. However, Li Pengfei did not care about Yixing's life. If that claw had hit Yixing's head, it would have made 5 holes. Yixing would have been seriously injured, or even killed because the head was an absolutely vital area. Since Li Pengfei didn't even care about Yixing's life, why should Yixing care about his life or death? Yixing's sturdy body collided with Li Pengfei's without restraint. Naturally, Li Pengfei was in an incomparably miserable state. Of course, in the end, Yixing still cared about Li Pengfei's life. This collision did not hit his vital parts. If he had deliberately hit his vital parts, this would definitely have taken Li Pengfei's life. It was completely possible to make his heart burst in an instant. After all, this was the Academy's assessment. Although the other party did not care about his life, Yixing still could not deliberately take the other party's life. Looking at Li Pengfei's figure that was sent flying, at this moment, the whole place was silent. All the students were stunned. Seeing that Yixing was about to be seriously injured by Li Pengfei's claw, they never thought that at that critical moment, the result would actually be such a reversal. The person who was seriously injured was not Yixing, but Li Pengfei. This result was simply unimaginable. Even now, when they recalled the scene of Li Pengfei's claw grabbing at Yixing's head, the students could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, they were even more shocked. How calm and how good of a judgment did one have to be able to not panic under that kind of situation, and to be able to make an accurate counterattack? What kind of brain could be so calm and have such frightening judgment? They did not dare to imagine. Last 2.5 hours, the double monthly votes are about to end. Brothers, hurry up and vote if you have the monthly votes. At such a young age, he was already at the peak of the 8th level. From this, one could see that his aptitude was at the top among the 8-star heavenly mandate geniuses. There were more than 10 8-star heavenly mandates in the advanced class. They were around the same age as Ren Xiaowu, but none of them could be compared to him in terms of cultivation. They were all 1 or 2 levels lower. Thus, Ren Xiaowu had always been recognized as the #1 genius in the academy. But today, he had to compete with 2 7th-level grandmasters for first place. Moreover, they were students who had only been in the academy for 3 months. This made his title seem a little low. Thus, Ren Xiaowu was very unhappy in his heart. In these 2 battles, it was natural for him to win, but if he lost, it would be a joke. How could he be happy? Senior brother Ren. Wei Qingxian first nodded at Ren Xiaowu. Although her face was covered with a veil, her eyes revealed her emotions. She was as calm as when facing everyone else. Ren Xiaowu's face was filled with arrogance as he nodded at Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian had many fans in the Zishan Academy. Ren Xiaowu's arrogant attitude made many students unhappy. Especially the freshmen. Do your best. Senior Sister Wei. Defeat him. Senior Sister Wei, I support you. Some fanatics suddenly shouted again. Waves of voices came one after another, which made Ren Xiaowu's face as black as water. Shut up. Ren Xiaowu angrily rebuked the crowd. The aura of a peak 8th-level martial scholar erupted and covered the surroundings. Immediately, the freshmen who were shouting trembled and didn't dare to make a sound. However, this action made the freshmen even more unhappy. In their hearts, they hoped that Wei Qingxian would defeat Ren Xiaowu.
Ren Xiaowu looked at Wei Qingxian with arrogance. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at Yixing outside the arena. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey can be the overlord. With a tiger like me here, you two monkeys can forget about getting first place. Come on, I'll show you the true strength of a martial Dao master. Yixing's lips curled up slightly. This Ren Xiaowu was really arrogant. He saw himself as a tiger, but Yixing didn't think so. Just like in Tiansang City, Yixing only saw Wei Qingxian as his opponent. Wei Qingxian, like Yixing, only saw Yixing as her opponent. The others, even if they were as strong as Ren Xiaowu, were just targets to be surpassed quickly. Ren Xiaowu's arrogance made Wei Qingxian very unhappy. Her voice was much colder. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Hiss, sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Even though all the new students hoped that Wei Qingxian could win, they didn't think that she would be able to defeat Ren Xiaowu in 10 moves. When they heard this, they were all shocked. Ren Xiaowu was furious. He was so angry that he laughed. The inner strength in his body surged and the surrounding wind started to spin around him. It seemed to form an aura field. In the middle of Ren Xiaowu's palms, there was a ball of bright light. That was a terrifying energy formed by pure inner strength. Supreme grade martial art, Origin Restoration Force. A student who knew what it was immediately exclaimed. This was the martial art on the 4th floor of the library. Ren Xiaowu was the #1 genius in the academy and was the #1 in his batch. He was given special permission to learn supreme-grade martial arts. Moreover, he was personally taught by the vice principal, Li Xiaoran, and was accepted as a disciple by Li Xiaoran. Origin Restoration Force was a martial art that combined cultivation and combat. Its specialty was that the inner strength was vigorous and could refine everything. When the powerful inner strength circulated, it would form an aura field around it. With the absolute power of the inner strength, it would sweep across all directions. However, in the face of Ren Xiaowu's Origin Restoration Force, Wei Qingxian was not afraid at all. She took the initiative to attack. Wei Qingxian used the wind-stepping technique. It was as if there was wind under her feet. She was incomparably fast and in a flash, she appeared in front of Ren Xiaowu. Come! Ren Xiaowu shouted and sent a palm towards Wei Qingxian. The ball of bright light in the middle of his palm instantly exploded and turned into a wave of inner strength ripples. It continuously attacked Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxuan's hands twined and twisted. They were so soft that they seemed boneless. In the blink of an eye, the surging inner strength ripples were twisted into nothingness. Middle-grade martial art, coiling snake hands. The coiling snake hands was similar to the soft bone palm. Its goal was to dissolve the opponent's attack. Furthermore, the soft bone palm's attack was merged into one, while the coiling snake hands was purely used to dissolve the opponent's attack. Its effect was better. In Ren Xiaowu's eyes, Wei Qingxuan's 2 arms had turned into 2 giant snakes that were waving around. These 2 giant snakes were really too big. It was as if they were connecting the heavens and earth. In front of these 2 giant snakes, he seemed so small. This caused Ren Xiaowu to be greatly shocked. His expression suddenly changed and his momentum was greatly reduced. On the other hand, Wei Qingxuan's 2 arms continuously twisted around. Every time she waved, a large portion of Ren Xiaowu's vigorous inner strength was dissolved. This caused the 2 balls of inner strength in Ren Xiaowu's palms and the surrounding inner strength aura field to gradually weaken. The first move. The second move. The third move. Wei Qingxian only used the coiling snake hands. One move after another, Ren Xiaowu's momentum and inner strength were weakened layer by layer. Every time Ren Xiaowu attacked, he was unable to hurt Wei Qingxuan's inner strength. Instead, he was constantly shocked and kept retreating.
When Wei Qingxian used the seventh move, the inner strength aura field around Ren Xiaowu was completely destroyed by the coiling snake hands. The two balls of inner strength in Ren Xiaowu's palms also completely dissipated. His entire person looked dispirited, as if an immortal had been beaten down to the mortal world. Middle-grade martial arts technique, Roaring Tiger Fist. After dissolving Ren Xiaowu's returning origin force, Wei Qingxian immediately changed her martial arts technique and used the Roaring Tiger Fist. As she threw out a punch, the sound of a tiger's roar shook the surroundings. Her boxing technique was superb. An incomparably huge tiger appeared in front of Ren Xiaowu's eyes and pounced over, causing his heart to tremble. In such a state, Ren Xiaowu was completely unable to display his strength. Even if his cultivation was at the peak of LV8 and his body's inner strength was vigorous, he was still not Wei Qingxuan's opponent. The first punch. The second punch. Ren Xiaowu only managed to block Wei Qingxuan's punch before he was punched in the chest by Wei Qingxian. Bang! This heavy punch instantly dispersed the inner strength in Ren Xiaowu's body. His chest suddenly felt a sharp pain and his body involuntarily flew backwards. After flying for more than 10 meters, Ren Xiaowu landed on the ground. Then, he took another 8 or 9 steps back before the terrifying force in his body dissipated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had a shocked expression. He never thought that Wei Qingxian would be able to injure him with just the 9th move when she said that she would defeat him in 10 moves. At this moment, Ren Xiaowu was too ashamed to show his face. Do you still want to fight? Senior brother Ren. Wei Qingxian did not continue to attack. Instead, she stopped in the distance and asked. Ren Xiaowu was conflicted. If he admitted defeat like this, then Wei Qingxuan's claim of defeating him in 10 moves was true. This would obviously cause him to lose face. However, he also knew that even if he continued to fight, he was not Wei Qingxuan's opponent. Moreover, if he continued to fight, the result would not be as simple as the current injury. If he was seriously injured by Wei Qingxian, how could he fight with Yixing? Losing to Wei Qingxian was already embarrassing enough. If he lost to Yixing, then his reputation as the school's #1 genius would be completely lost. I must conserve my strength. I lost to the first person, but I must not lose to the second person. Ren Xiaowu thought. To conserve his strength, he must admit defeat to Wei Qingxian. With Ren Xiaowu's arrogant character, he could not say the words, I lost. Ren Xiaowu did not reply to Wei Qingxuan's words. Instead, he turned around and left the arena. Although he did not admit defeat, he had admitted defeat with his actions. In an instant, the square was filled with thunderous cheers. Chapter 121. Senior Sister Yi. All the freshmen shouted excitedly and clapped their hands. Their voices shook the heavens and the applause was like thunder. Wei Qingxian was in the 7th stage of the martial path and defeated Ren Xiaowu, who was at the peak of the 8th stage, in less than 10 moves. This was too shocking. Because it was too shocking, the joy was especially strong. A freshman who had just entered the school for 3 months had defeated the top student of the previous year. All the freshmen felt honored and were extremely excited. In contrast to the freshmen's enthusiasm and joy, many of the older students were dejected and depressed. Ren Xiaowu's defeat made them feel ashamed. Fortunately, although Wei Qingxian was a freshman, she was accepted into the advanced genius class as an exception. She was a student of the advanced class in name. The older students could only comfort themselves like this. At the same time, they hoped that Ren Xiaowu could defeat Yixing in the next battle. This way, the older students would be able to raise their heads slightly. Ren Xiaowu had lost 2 matches in a row. Not only had Ren Xiaowu lost all face, but the older students were also ashamed in front of the freshmen. Wei Qingxian left the stage amidst the excited shouts of the freshmen. As for Ren Xiaowu, his face was as heavy as water as he returned to the edge of the stage. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, preparing for the next battle. There was a 15-minute break between the two battles. Yixing, Wei Qingxian left the stage and came to Yixing's side. "You fought very well." Yixing looked at her and smiled. He. I'm waiting to fight with Yixing for first place." Wei Qingxian blinked her eyes and her eyes lit up. Yixing touched his nose and smiled indifferently. He didn't answer and only glanced at Ren Xiaowu in the distance. Many of the freshmen looked at Yixing and Wei Qingxian standing together with envy. However, they could only look at them with envy. Other than Yixing, who also had abnormal battle strength, who else could stand side by side with her? The break time passed quickly and it was time for the second battle. Yixing and Ren Xiaowu entered the stage. Ren Xiaowu's expression wasn't as arrogant as in the first battle, but there was still a hint of condescension in his eyes. "I lost to the first one, so I definitely won't lose to the second one." Ren Xiaowu stared at Yixing and said resolutely. "That might not necessarily be the case." Yixing rubbed his nose, a hint of a smile in his voice. The meaning behind Yixing's words made Ren Xiaowu's heart burn with anger. He snorted coldly. Ren Xiaowu did not use his full strength to deal with Wei Qingxian just now. His purpose was to be able to face Yixing. In fact, other than the strength of the origin gathering force, he had another trump card. He had already lost one match, so he definitely could not lose a second match. Therefore, he used this trump card in the second match against Yixing to ensure that he would win this match without any mishaps. Origin returning force. Ren Xiaowu didn't want to waste time with Yixing suddenly. The surrounding wind whirled and the origin returning force was activated. Two bright balls of inner force gathered in his palms and formed an inner force field around him. Boom, Ren Xiaowu struck out with his palm. His inner chi surged violently, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Following this palm, it rushed towards Yixing. Wei Qingxian was a woman, and she was able to dissolve his inner strength with her soft kung fu. On the other hand, Yixing was a masculine man. Ren Xiaowu did not believe that Yixing would be able to dissolve his inner strength. Ren Xiaowu guessed wrongly. Yixing's soft bone palm and snake coiling grip were at the acme of perfection. His attainments weren't lower than Wei Qingxuan's. Using Wei Qingxuan's method, he could also dissolve Ren Xiaowu's attack. However, Yixing was a masculine man. He would only use soft kung fu to weaken his opponent's strength when he met an undefeatable opponent. If he had the strength to fight head-on, Yixing wouldn't use soft kung fu to dissolve his opponent's strength. Instead, he would use his absolute strength to crush his opponent and sweep everything away. Yixing's body was instantly covered with a layer of silver light. He activated the upper-grade body refining technique, Silver Body Technique. His silver body technique had been cultivated to the perfection realm. His body was strong and his strength was terrifying. At the same time, Yixing raised his palm and used the Monkey King Splits Rock to meet his opponent's attack. When Wei Qingxian defeated Ren Xiaowu earlier, she used the Roaring Tiger Fist. Since Yixing didn't use the snake coiling grip like her, he naturally didn't use the Roaring Tiger Fist. Instead, he used the mountain-splitting palm, which was also suitable for a head-on attack. Yixing's palm chopped down, splitting the mountain and splitting the rocks. Its momentum was overwhelming. When Ren Xiaowu saw that Yixing was using a middle-grade martial technique to fight head-on with him, he was delighted. The Origin Restoration Force's inner strength was vigorous and overbearing. Its biggest advantage was to clash head-on with its opponent. Yixing's action was exactly what Ren Xiaowu wanted. However, the joy in Ren Xiaowu's heart only lasted for a moment before it turned into shock. Yixing's palm chopped down. In his eyes, it instantly changed. The palm seemed to have turned into a heavenly blade, splitting the heavens and the earth. This palm wasn't just splitting the mountain and splitting the rocks. It was simply splitting the heavens and the earth. Ren Xiaowu's momentum was instantly shattered by the palm, and the origin restoration force's power was instantly reduced. Bang! In that instant, the two palms had already collided and an explosive sound was heard. The origin restoration force's inner strength was indeed profound. Yixing's palm chopped down. Before it could hit Ren Xiaowu's palm, it was rebounded by the terrifying inner strength. His heart trembled slightly. However, Ren Xiaowu was even more shocked. Although he didn't directly come into contact with Yixing's palm, the terrifying power that was transmitted along with the inner strength was extremely frightening. Not only did it cause Ren Xiaowu's palm to go numb, the vigorous inner strength in his body was also affected. Countless layers of shock waves were created, making him feel as if his inner strength was out of control. This was only the first exchange, and Yixing quickly displayed his second move. Mountain-splitting palm. Mountain-splitting palm. Every palm was earth-shattering. It was as if a heavenly knife had fallen and split the mountains. The power was terrifying. Even though Ren Xiaowu's inner strength was profound, especially the origin restoration force, it was difficult to contend with Yixing's mountain-splitting palm. His momentum was suppressed until it collapsed layer by layer. His body began to retreat under the terrifying power. After taking the first step back, Ren Xiaowu's momentum melted like an avalanche. In an instant, he began to retreat continuously. The pain from his palms especially made him even more aghast. If it wasn't for his vigorous inner strength defense, his two palms would have been shattered by Yixing. Yixing had only attacked for the 7th time, and Ren Xiaowu had already retreated more than 10 steps. He was already on the verge of defeat. Ah! Ren Xiaowu roared angrily. He had lost the first battle and was about to lose the second battle. How could he accept this result? The only thing he could do now was to use that trump card. Even though he wasn't very proficient in it, he couldn't care less. 3 parts origin restoration force. Ren Xiaowu's momentum suddenly exploded like a reflection of the setting sun. The vigorous energy in his body burst out at this moment and surged out. Whoosh! 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 All the inner strength left his body and turned into 3 balls of inner strength. They were filled with powerful and terrifying power. From different angles, they instantly blasted toward Yixing. This was almost no less than 3 bombs blasted toward Yixing. Moreover, the speed of the bombs was extremely fast. It was impossible to guard against and also sealed off all escape routes. At this moment, everyone's face changed. Everyone could see that the power contained in the 3 balls of inner strength was extremely terrifying. Even if one was hit by a ball of inner strength, it would be terrifying. Net Dormitory Technology's 3 balls of inner strength were hit at the same time. This was as good as taking his life. Yixing could feel the power in the 3 balls of inner strength. He couldn't help but be shocked. It was indeed a little beyond his expectations. But that was it. The shock in his heart only existed for a moment and didn't cause the slightest change in his expression. The 3 balls of inner strength attacked together. In such a short distance, it was impossible to split them apart with his movement technique. He could only rely on his powerful strength to block them. Silver Body Technique. Boulder Fist. Yixing activated the Silver Body Technique and raised his physical strength and defense to the limit. At the same time, he used a defensive middle-grade martial skill. Yixing's body glowed with silver light. His body was like a boulder and didn't move at all. The 3 balls of inner strength were hit by Yixing's fist and exploded. Boom! 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 The terrifying inner strength energy exploded and the light bloomed. In an instant, it engulfed an area of several feet. In the area of several feet where the light bloomed, the students could only see a bright light. They couldn't see Yixing's figure at all. They didn't know how Yixing was after being attacked by the 3 balls of inner strength. Was it a light injury? Or a serious injury? Or was he directly killed by the explosion? The explosion of the 3 balls of inner strength was too terrifying. Most of the students only had these 3 questions in their minds. As for Yi Xing being safe and sound, except for a few, most of the students felt that it was impossible. Boom! Just as the students opened their eyes wide and wanted to see the light bloom, Yi Xing's situation exploded again. A palm stretched out from the energy-blooming light and pressed on Ren Xiaowu's body in the blink of an eye. Ren Xiaowu's inner strength was exhausted at this moment. How could he withstand such a palm? He was instantly blasted dozens of feet away and spat out blood. Yi Xing appeared in front of Ren Xiaowu. Although his hair and clothes were a little messy, he was full of energy and there wasn't the slightest injury on his body. Hiss! The sound of cold air being sucked in was heard. The students were all shocked. Yi Xing's defense was too terrifying. Even such a terrifying attack couldn't hurt him. He was probably invulnerable. Unless it was a top-grade weapon, who could break through such a terrifying defense? Senior brother Yi. After a moment of silence, someone immediately shouted excitedly. All the new students reacted in an instant. One by one, they shouted excitedly, each wave of their voices louder than the previous. In the hearts of the older students, they didn't feel shame. They were only surprised, shocked, and dumbfounded. This couldn't be blamed on Ren Xiaowu's lack of strength. It was because Yi Xing was too abnormal. He was simply a demon and couldn't be judged by common sense. This kid really surprises me. At the edge of the square, Ma Yuanji was in a very bad mood. He thought that Ren Xiaowu could take first place, but in the end, he lost 2 rounds in a row. He snorted coldly. Unfortunately, you still have to die. I went out for a drink today and took up a lot of time. The update is a little late. Sorry. I can only update 2 chapters normally today. There's 1 more tonight. Tomorrow, I'll continue to explode. Chapter 122. In the VIP building. All the teachers were in shock. Yi Xing was actually unscathed under the attack of 30% return to origin force. This was beyond their expectations. On the highest floor of the VIP building, the 2 vice principals, Li Xiaoran and Wang Haiqing, had gloomy expressions. Ren Xiaowu was Li Xiaoran's disciple. He was at the peak of the 8th rank and was known as the number 1 genius in his batch. Li Xiaoran had always been proud of Ren Xiaowu. Today, Ren Xiaowu was first defeated by Wei Qingxian, and then Wei Qingxian was defeated by Yi Xing, 2 7th-level martial Dao masters. While Ren Xiaowu was humiliated, it also made Li Xiaoran, the vice dean, feel embarrassed and depressed. As for Wang Haiqing, he simply couldn't bear to see Yi Xing doing well. The better Yi Xing was, the more unhappy he was. Yi Xing could be said to be in the limelight. The cheers from the students were no less than when Wei Qingxian had defeated Ren Xiaowu. Yi Xing's limelight made Wang Haiqing's teeth itch. However, as soon as Wang Haiqing thought about how Yi Xing would be taken away by the 3 martial saints from the Purple Sun Institute at the end of the examination, the anger in Wang Haiqing's heart would subside, replaced by a cold sneer and joy. The other vice principal, Wu Yunshan, didn't have any grudges with Yi Xing. He looked at Yi Xing with a neutral gaze and was deeply shocked. Even though he didn't have any relationship with Yi Xing, he couldn't help but be impressed by Yi Xing's heaven-defying strength. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yunshan was very clear that although the Zishan College and the Ziyang College only had 1-word difference, they weren't on the same level. If it wasn't for Zishan Ho, any martial saint teacher from the Ziyang College would be enough to crush the entire Zishan College. As for Zishan Ho, Wu Yunshan only knew that he rarely showed himself in the past 10 years since he was conferred the title of Zishan Ho. He also didn't care much about the affairs of the Ziyang College and his legs were crippled. Even as a king, he probably couldn't control the colossus that was the Ziyang College. Especially when the vice principal of the Ziyang College came personally with 2 martial saint teachers. A total of 3 martial saints. If they wanted someone, who could stop them? In Wu Yunshan's opinion, Zishan Ho definitely couldn't stop them. Although Yi Xing performed outstandingly, only death, at the edge of the square, the 3 martial saints from the Ziyang College had different expressions. Ma's face was full of displeasure. Because of his accurate judgment, Shi Gaoxi's face was full of smiles. This kid is indeed not bad. Zhenxiang Temple must have made an error in judgment to have died at his hands. Ma Yuanji's voice was sinister. What, you've taken a fancy to this brat? Don't forget, he's us. Shi Gaoxi smiled. He. I like to see geniuses fall. The more outstanding the fallen genius, the more excited I am. Martial arts geniuses are still geniuses. Ma Yuanji's mouth cracked open, a similar smile appearing on his face. This is indeed something to be excited about, he. A quarter of an hour later, the most important battle of this exam began. The battle of first and second place. However, 2 new students who had just entered the college for 3 months, and both of them were at the 7th level of the martial path. Yet, they were fighting for first and second place in the advanced class exam. This really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. The advanced class students had already recovered from their shock. They all felt that they had lost face. In this exam, the advanced class students could be considered to have lost face. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian entered the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Regarding these 2 martial masters who both had heaven-defying battle strength, who was stronger and who would take first place? No one was uninterested. However, the situation was somewhat out of everyone's expectations. I admit defeat. Before the battle began, Wei Qingxian decisively said these 3 words. Wei Qingxian actually admitted defeat? All the students' eyeballs fell to the ground. This shouldn't be. Razan only showed a strong defense, but in terms of combat power, he was no better than Wei Qingxian. Why did you admit defeat? Yi Xing asked. Everyone's ears perked up. This was also the question they wanted to know. In terms of attack power, we should be about the same. Our martial arts attainments are also very similar. However, your defense is much higher. Your skin is so thick and I can't hurt you. In this battle, there is no winning or losing. Why should I make a move? Wei Qingxian blinked, her big eyes flickering. When the students heard this, they were suddenly enlightened. Thinking of Yi Xing's terrifying defensive power, even 30% of the returning origin force could not hurt him. Wei Qingxian was right when she said that his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. They all felt that Wei Qingshuan's words made sense. However, Yi Xing didn't think so. He could naturally see that Wei Qingshuan's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th stage. It was much higher than him and had a lot of advantages. If Yi Xing didn't use the super brain scan in the battle, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Wei Qingxian at all. In fact, Yi Xing felt that the opponent's chances of winning were higher. Firstly, a strong defense didn't mean that he was invincible. With Wei Qingshuan's strength and her finger technique, she could hurt Yi Xing. Secondly, Yi Xing could feel a kind of aura from Wei Qingxian. It was the aura of a peerless master. Even if it was a superb martial art, different people would have different understandings. Yi Xing believed in his intuition. Since Wei Qingxian had the aura of a peerless master, even if it was only a trace, it was definitely very terrifying. It was certain that if the warrior sage suppressed her realm to the 7th stage of the martial path, Yi Xing wouldn't be her opponent. This was because no matter what, Yi Xing couldn't compare with her in any aspect. The warrior sage's understanding of martial arts was definitely deeper than Yi Xing's. Obviously, Wei Qingxian didn't know that Yi Xing had a super brain. Therefore, even though she had the chance to win, she took the initiative to admit defeat. Yixing's super brain reacted quickly and understood that Wei Qingxian was purposely letting him win. Not only was Wei Qingxian a martial arts genius, she was also a cultivation genius with a 9-star destiny. Although she was younger than him by 2 years, her cultivation was higher than his. As for him, although his martial arts talent was extremely high, a 2-star destiny was indeed a shortcoming. With Wei Qingxuan's talent, no matter if she won first or second place, she would still be valued by the academy. However, Yixing might not receive such treatment. Therefore, Wei Qingxian purposely let Yixing win first place and become the most famous student of the Indigo Mountain Academy. It was impossible for the academy not to value him. If he was valued by the academy, needless to say, he would be heavily nurtured. Moreover, the Indigo Mountain Academy had no reason to let the Purple Sun Academy take away their first-place student. Wei Qingxuan's other goal was to help Yixing get rid of the danger. Yixing's guess was correct, but there was one thing he had guessed wrong. Wei Qingxuan's heavenly fate was far beyond 9 stars. In front of Zi Shanhou, she had tested the heavenly fate of a peak martial saint. I understand, thank you. Yixing nodded towards Wei Qingxian. The Indigo Mountain Academy's Advanced Genius Class examination had ended. Yixing won first place, Wei Qingxian second, Ren Xiaowu third, Bu Haolang fourth. Li Pengfei was heavily injured by Yixing and lost to Bu Haolang, so he was in 5th place. Chou Tianda, Si Kongya, Su Maodian, Wu Yingkai, and Yan Feilwan were in the top 10. Apart from the top 5, the top 10 had the same rewards, so there was no ranking. Soon, everyone's rewards were distributed by the academy. The Advanced Genius Class's reward was originally double the new disciple's reward, but now it was doubled again. Yixing received 48 high-grade star accumulating pellets and 12 high-grade herbs as a reward. The competition was over, and the rewards were distributed. The examination was truly over. At this time, the 3 martial saints from the Indigo Mountain Academy cheered up. Finally, this damned examination was over. It was time to fulfill their purpose. Zi Shanhou, the examination is over. It's time to hand over Yixing to us. The vice principal of the Indigo Mountain Academy, Mo Baisheng, said loudly, "Moreover, we have a request. Wei Qingxuan's talent is very good. Our Indigo Mountain Academy is willing to accept her into the gifted class. For her future, let her follow us to the Indigo Mountain Academy. We will compensate the Indigo Mountain Academy." Mo Baisheng's words immediately angered the students of the Indigo Mountain Academy. If it was before, when they said that Yixing had killed a student of the Indigo Mountain Academy and wanted to take away Yixing, most of the students did not feel anything. But now, Yixing was the number 1 person in the Indigo Mountain Academy. He had a high popularity and was simply the representative of the academy, the role model of the students. The Indigo Mountain Academy taking away Yixing was obviously disadvantageous to Yixing. Naturally, the students were unhappy. Moreover, Mo Baisheng also said that he wanted to take Wei Qingxian away from the Indigo Mountain Academy and recruit her into the Indigo Mountain Academy. This was poaching, and the one being poached was Wei Qingxian, the only student in the Indigo Mountain Academy who was more popular than Yixing. How could the students be happy? Naturally, they were angry and protested again and again. Humph. Mo Baisheng snorted coldly and released his martial saint aura. His aura suppressed the students in all directions. Immediately, the students' faces were filled with horror. Naturally, the voices stopped. At this time, on the highest floor of the VIP building, Zi Shanhou spoke. "If you say that Yixing killed someone, then he killed someone. What proof do you have? Moreover, even if Yixing killed someone, it depends on whether he deserved to be killed or not. Yixing, tell me, did you kill a student of the Indigo Mountain Academy? If you did, why did you kill him?" Zi Shanhou's words made Yixing happy. As a marquis, Zi Shanho was indeed not someone who would allow others to come to his territory and cause trouble. Since Zi Shanho wanted to get involved in this matter, Yixing naturally told him everything about the silver star fruit tree that he had discovered in the Savage Beast Ridge of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. When the students heard this, they were envious of Yixing for being able to find the silver star fruit. At the same time, they were also angry. The actions of the Indigo Mountain Range were indeed extremely vile. No matter who encountered it, they would not be able to tolerate it. So it's like this. Such a reckless person deserves to be killed. Good job. Zi Shanho's voice came from the highest floor of the VIP building. When the students of the Indigo Mountain Academy heard Zi Shanho's words, they were all delighted. Yes, he deserves to be killed. Good job. As for Mo Baisheng, Shi Gaoji, and Ma Yuanji, the three martial saints, they were enraged. As long as one had sufficient strength, if one was even stronger than the Luo Xing Heavenly King, then one could disregard the Luo Xing Heavenly King. Yixing immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger when the martial saint made his move. His super brain had detected a figure pouncing towards him, but the speed was too fast for him to dodge. Bang! A fist print that was even faster than a silhouette suddenly appeared. Before Ma Yuanji's hand could even touch Yixing, he was hit by the fist print, and a loud explosion rang out. Ma Yuanji's figure disappeared in an instant. He was directly sent flying, turning into a flash of light. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, another explosion rang out in the distance. The students did not see what had happened at all. Their attention was attracted by the explosion in the distance, and they looked over. They saw a human-shaped hole in the wall of a building more than 100 meters away, but Ma Yuanji's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hiss! At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ma Yuanji was nowhere to be seen. That human-shaped hole was obviously created by him. Thinking of the fist print just now, how could the crowd not understand that Ma Yuanji had been sent flying by the fist print in an instant just now, creating a huge hole in the wall more than 100 meters away? However, it was easy to understand, but difficult to accept. This was too unimaginable. How powerful was that punch just now? Even a martial saint was sent flying in an instant. Below the martial saint realm, even a 9th stage martial grandmaster was as insignificant as an ant in front of this punch, not even worth mentioning. Yixing's heart was also shocked at this moment. He had always aimed to become a martial saint, to become a peerless expert. But now, a martial saint was sent flying with a single punch in front of him. The impact on him was too great. What was a peerless expert? Not to say that they were invincible in the world, but at least they stood at the peak of the martial way. Only people who could compete with them and no one could defeat them could be considered a peerless expert. Being sent flying with a single punch, how could this be a peerless expert? It was more like a clown jumping around. At this moment, Yixing had a new goal in his heart, and that was Zi Shanho. In other words, Yixing's goal of becoming a peerless expert did not change, but the definition of a peerless expert had changed. There was a huge gap in strength between martial saints, just like the gap between the 9 stages of the martial way. Yixing's goal was not only to become a martial saint, but to become a martial saint like Zi Shanho. Zi! Mo Baisheng shouted. Then, just as he shouted a word, a palm print shot out from the highest floor of the VIP building. Boom! The palm print soared into the air and instantly became 10 feet large, slamming down on Hao Baisheng and Shi Gaoji. The 10 feet large palm print was even bigger than a house. The students looked at the palm print with their hearts thumping. At the 7th stage of the martial way, internal strength could leave the body and injure people. However, whether it was the 7th, 8th, or 9th stage of the martial way, the internal strength that left the body was incomparably small in front of this palm print. It looked very ridiculous. This was the real internal strength that left the body to injure people. The palm print was like a huge boulder the size of a house pressing down. Whether it was the power or momentum, it was extremely terrifying. Mo Baisheng had just shouted a word, but his expression changed greatly. He could not shout a second word. In an instant, the celestial essence in his body circulated and he slammed his palm into the air, attacking the 10 feet large palm print. Shi Gaoji naturally attacked at the same time. The two martial saints joined forces to attack the 10 feet large palm print. However, the power of this palm print was beyond everyone's imagination. The downward momentum was unstoppable. In an instant, Mo Baisheng and Shi Gaoji's attack and momentum were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, they were slammed into the ground. Bang! With a loud explosion, the whole square shook. The place where the palm print slammed down was a mess of dust and gravel. When the dust settled, the students could see clearly that the palm print had sunk into the ground. A 10 feet large palm print had appeared, surrounded by cracks. Inside the sunken palm print, Mo Baisheng and Shi Gaoji both vomited blood. Their bodies sank into the ground. It was obvious how powerful and terrifying that palm print was. The students were all excited, their hearts thumping. Today was an eye-opener for them. One punch sent a martial saint flying, and one palm slapped down two martial saints. Zi Shanho's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. It was extremely shocking. Originally, Zi Shanho rarely showed his face, which made him seem very mysterious. In the hearts of the students, his position was very high. Now, seeing Zi Shanho's strength, they were even more in awe of Zi Shanho. Although the students did not see Zi Shanho with their own eyes, in the Zishan Academy, there was only one martial saint, Zi Shanho. The one who attacked could only be him. Crippled? Whoever dares to say that Zi Shanho is crippled is blind. Which cripple could have such terrifying strength? Yixing's heart was also thumping. He was very excited. Swoosh! A figure rushed over from the distance, appearing at the edge of the sunken palm print. It was Ma Yuanji, who was sent flying by Zi Shanho's fist. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The punch just now had made him feel very uncomfortable, and he was already injured. Inside the sunken palm print, Mo Baisheng and Shi Gaoji vomited blood and got up. There was no longer a trace of arrogance on their faces. Instead, they were filled with dread and fear. Zi Shanho, you've gone too far. Mo Baisheng clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. Ziyang Academy was one of the 3 strongest academies in Luoxing country. As the vice principal of Ziyang Academy, Mo Baisheng was a 4-star martial saint with a high position. Even if he was in other counties, the nobles would still have to receive him politely. However, in this Zishan county that he did not put in his eyes, he was humiliated to such an extent. Being slapped to the ground with a single palm, Mo Baisheng was unable to restrain his anger. Ma Yuanji and Shi Gaoji's faces were also ashen. As martial saints, they were high and mighty in front of 9th-level martial artists. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Scram! Zi Shanho's response was still only one word. His voice was filled with dominance and majesty. The 3 martial saints clenched their fists. The anger in their hearts was too great, and their chests were about to explode. It was rumored that Zi Shanho was a cripple, but in the end, Zi Shanho's strength was actually so strong, far from what the 3 of them could match. If Zhenxiang Temple was just an ordinary student of Ziyang Academy, then it would be fine. They could just bear with it. However, Zhenxiang Temple's older brother, Zhenqiu Si, was a genius disciple of the Luoxing sect. His future was limitless. Moreover, Zhenqiu Si's master was an elder of the Luoxing sect. His position was extraordinary.
If Zhenqiu Si blamed them and said that Ziyang Academy did not care about his brother's life or death, the consequences for Ziyang Academy would definitely be severe. Therefore, even though the three martial saints were very afraid of Zi Shanhou, they were not willing to just leave like this. They still wanted to use all methods to bring Yixing away. Vice Principal Mo, what should we do? Vice Principal Mo, are we just going to let it go like this? If we can't bring Yixing back, it will be difficult to explain to the principal. Shi Gaoji and Ma Yuanji both transmitted their voices to Mo Baisheng. Mo Baisheng transmitted his voice, use the power of astrology and fight it out with him. I don't believe that with the three of us combined, we won't be able to hold him back for a bit. As long as we can hold him back for a moment, Ma Yuanji, you can seize the opportunity to capture Yixing, and then we'll escape on the blue-winged eagles. Even if Zi Shanhou is strong, he can only watch us leave, unable to do anything. As long as we return to Ziyang Academy, no matter how strong Zi Shanhou is, Ziyang Academy will be able to deal with him. Vice Principal Mo, what about Wei Qingxian? Why not bring her along? Shi Gaoji asked unwillingly. It'll be good enough if we can take one. To be absolutely safe, we'll only capture Yixing and then escape. Mo Baisheng transmitted his voice. This chapter is very exciting. Hee, brothers, are you enjoying it? If so, please vote for me. Chapter 124. All of the students felt very happy in their hearts. Zi Shanhou's attitude towards the three martial saints of Ziyang Academy made the students feel very relieved. All the students stared at Mo Baisheng, Shi Gaoji, and Ma Yuanji, waiting for them to scram. However, the three martial saints didn't scram. Instead, the sky above them suddenly changed, turning into a starry sky. 3 stars the size of small mountains appeared above the heads of the 3 martial sages. In an instant, surging starlight fell from the 3 stars, causing Mo Baisheng and the other 2 martial saints' astral power to surge, their spirits to relax, and their strength to greatly increase. All the students were shaken, staring straight at the stars. Of course, these weren't real stars, but the manifestation of an astrological aspect. Only martial saints could control their own astrological aspect and use its power. This was the most fundamental difference between a martial saint and a martial artist of the 9th realm. As the 3 manifested their astrological aspects, Mo Baisheng sneered, "Zi Shanhou, you've actually recovered from your injuries, this is indeed unexpected. However, the disability of your legs can't be healed, after all, it's still inconvenient for you to move, you can't stop us." As Mo Baisheng sneered, the 3 martial saints clawed out at the same time, supported by surging astral power, causing the 3 martial saints' astral essence to become extremely rich. It flowed through their arms, turning into 3 giant starlight hands. These 3 starlight hands grabbed at Yixing at the same time. At this moment, Yixing only felt the air around him solidify, suppressed by a terrifying power, unable to move or breathe. In the face of absolute strength, even if he had a super brain and could scan the trajectory of the 3 starlight hands, he couldn't dodge or move, he could only watch the 3 giant hands grab at him. Courting death. An angry roar came from the highest floor of the VIP tower, and Zi Shanhou suddenly stood up. Whoosh! In an instant, the sky changed color. In the sky above the VIP tower, a huge flaming star suddenly appeared, several times larger than the combined stars of Mo Baisheng and the other 2 martial saints' astrological aspects. Such a huge flaming star floated in the sky like a sun, burning everything, terrifying everyone. Compared to Zi Shanhou's astrological aspects, Mo Baisheng and the other 2 martial saints' astrological aspects were like barren meteorites. Boom! As soon as Zi Shanhou's celestial body appeared, a wave of heat soared into the sky, suddenly transforming into an incomparably huge flaming hand. Mo Baisheng and the other 2's starlight hands were like snowflakes touching the sun in front of the giant flaming hand.
They melted rapidly, turning into nothingness before they could even touch Yixing. The giant flaming hand instantly reached the three martial sages and pressed down on them like a flaming mountain. Bang! 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 The astral avatars of the three martial sages were instantly destroyed. The three of them continuously spat out blood as their bodies flew back dozens of meters like kites with their strings cut. They were already severely injured. This was after Zishan had shown mercy and did not take their lives. Otherwise, if Zishan had used the power of astrology, killing the three of them would have been as easy as flipping his hand. However, there was no deep hatred between Zishan and the three martial saints. The three of them were only following orders, so Zishan naturally did not kill them. Moreover, it was rare for one martial saint to appear in 1,000,000 cultivators. The Fallen Star Kingdom's territory spanned more than 10,000 li and had a population of more than 1,000,000,000, but there were less than 2,000 martial saints. Every martial saint was a high-end power of the Fallen Star Kingdom. The fall of one was a loss to the Fallen Star Kingdom. Therefore, the life and death of a martial saint was a matter of great importance to the kingdom and was heavily protected by the kingdom. If there was no reason to kill a martial saint, killing one was a great crime. Scram! Zishan retracted his astral avatar and the world returned to its original state. He coldly shouted again. Mo Baixing and the other two were severely injured and frightened. They never thought that Zishan would have such a terrifying astral avatar. Only now did they realize that 10 years ago, when Zishan was not injured and crippled, he was also a genius disciple of the Fallen Star sect. Now, it seemed that Zishan was not an ordinary genius among the Fallen Star sect disciples. Before becoming a martial saint, one's battle prowess was only related to martial skills, movement skills, and body refinement techniques. However, after becoming a martial saint, the astral avatar was also one of the most important factors in battle prowess. The stronger the astral avatar, the more terrifying the martial saint's strength would be. Zishan actually had a fire attribute astral avatar, causing Mo Baixing and the other two to be frightened. A martial saint with an astral avatar was much stronger than an ordinary martial saint. Once the astral avatar was used, it could completely crush any ordinary astral avatar martial saint. Mo Baixing and the other two were all ordinary astral avatars, so how could they not be afraid of Zishan? Not to mention that their cultivation was lower than Zishan, even if their cultivation was slightly higher than Zishan, they would still be crushed by Zishan fire attribute astral avatar. Although the life and death of a martial saint were protected by the country, they had repeatedly angered Zishan. With Zishan status as a feudal lord, if he really killed the three of them, it would not be a big deal. The three of them did not care about the injuries on their bodies. Each of them was as fast as lightning, rushing to the side of the three blue-winged eagles at the edge of the square, instantly jumping onto their backs. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, the three blue-winged eagles flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Humph! This is telling you to get out. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Zishan angrily shouted. Suddenly, a terrifying force gushed out from his body. The shadow of a bow flashed, and Zishan waved his hand. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, instantly rushing out of the VIP building through the window, like a stream of light flashing in the air. In just the blink of an eye, the arrow made a circle in the air, returning to Zishan from its original path. Zishan waved his sleeve, and the arrow disappeared. Zishan withdrew the arrow, and three miserable cries came from the sky. The three blue-winged eagles soared about 100 meters into the sky, and fell one after another. On their heads, there was a bloody hole of the same size, which was the cause of their death. Most people did not see how the three blue-winged eagles died, but Yixing barely scanned the trajectory of the arrow with his super brain. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had pierced through the heads of the 3 blue-winged eagles. Zishan didn't kill Mo Baisheng and the other 2 because they were martial saints. However, he didn't have any misgivings about their mounts. So what if he killed them? Mo Baisheng, Shigaoji, and Ma Yuanji, the 3 martial saints fell from nearly 100 meters in the air. Their expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly used their movement skills and circulated their celestial essence. Only then did they land safely on the ground. Bang! 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 The corpses of the 3 blue-winged eagles fell one after another beside the 3 martial saints. This made the 3 martial saints feel a stabbing pain in their hearts. Flying mounts were extremely difficult to tame, especially these 3 blue-winged eagles, which were equivalent to a 9th-level martial master. However, they were all killed by Zishan in an instant, which was a huge loss to the Purple Sun Institute. Although their hearts were pained, the 3 martial saints did not dare to say anything. They came here on the back of the blue-winged eagles, which was already a great disrespect to the Purple Sun Institute. Now, they wanted to directly fly over the Purple Sun Institute, which was obviously asking for trouble. Whoosh! 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 The 3 martial saints did not dare to stay, and quickly used their movement skills to rush to the main gate of the Purple Sun Institute. Their hearts were filled with regret for this trip to the Purple Sun Institute. Only when they left the Purple Sun Institute did Mo Baisheng and the other 2 let out a sigh of relief. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of unwillingness and resentment, but also deep regret. Now that they had no flying mounts, they could only buy demonic horses in the Purple Sun County City, which would take several times more time than riding the blue-winged eagles. In the Purple Sun Institute, when the students saw the 3 martial saints leave in a sorry state, they burst into cheers. Each and every one of them was incomparably happy. Towards Yixing, perhaps there were still a few students who were hostile, but towards Zishan defeating the 3 martial saints of the Purple Sun Institute, as a student of the Purple Sun Institute, all of them were incomparably excited. Therefore, the cheers were especially enthusiastic, even more so than the scene of Yixing and Wei Qingxian defeating Ren Xiuwu. In the VIP building, Zishan walked step by step to the side of the window. Every step he took made a clattering sound on the ground, and the way he walked seemed to be somewhat uncoordinated. If one looked carefully, they would notice that Zishan 2 feet were made of wood, and his real feet were 2 inches below his knees. Standing by the window and looking at the shouts and cheers of the numerous students below, Zishan expression was as calm as an ancient well, but a wave of emotion rose up in his heart, and he once again had some of the heroic spirit of his youth. I've been silent for too long, and the fallen star kingdom has long lost my, Hua Tianfeng's, reputation. Even some cats and dogs dare to be impudent in front of me. Waves of emotion rose up in Zishan heart as he secretly muttered to himself. 14 years, I've endured humiliation for an entire 14 years, not to live a life of cowardice, but to wait for an opportunity to take back everything I've lost in the past. Now, my injuries have completely healed, my archery has broken through to the free will realm, and my martial arts have already advanced to the 9th level of the Star Vortex realm. It's time for me to retaliate. Zishan gaze flashed, containing an aura that was like surging waves as he looked into the distance. When the Dark Knight organization was destroyed, you should have already guessed that my injuries have healed. However, you couldn't get rid of me in the past, and you can't in the future. Even if my legs are crippled, there will be a day when I'll take your dog life. Hua, Tian, Shu. Zishan pronounced the last 3 words in his heart almost word by word. At this moment, his body trembled slightly, and his emotions fluctuated greatly. Obviously, Hua Tianshu had a great influence on him, and there must be an extraordinary grudge between the 2 of them. Report. Marquis, military situation at the border. At this moment, another blue-winged eagle directly rushed into the sky above the Zishan Academy. On the back of the blue-winged eagle, a martial Dao master shouted from afar. Zishan Ho's expression froze. The Zishan County was one of the counties at the border of the Fallen Star Kingdom, bordering the East Fu Nation. The Fallen Star Kingdom and the East Fu Nation were hostile nations, and there were always battles between them. However, ever since he became Zishan Ho, there had never been such an urgent military situation report. The words military situation at the border attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the martial Dao master on the back of the blue-winged eagle. Yixing was stunned. He recognized this martial Dao master. It was martial Dao master Mu Feng, who was recruiting students in the Celestial Azure City. Chapter 125. Seeing Mu Feng, Yixing sighed in his heart. When they were in Tiansang City, Mu Feng was a peak level 8 martial scholar. He was so high and mighty that even Yixing had to look up to him. But now, he had already killed a peak level 8 martial scholar and defeated another peak level 8 martial scholar head-on. He had already surpassed Mu Feng. All in all, it had only been about 3 months. Yixing was very satisfied with his progress. However, when he thought of the powerful strength possessed by a martial saint, especially when he saw Zishan Ho easily crush 3 martial saints, Yixing was unwilling to be satisfied. He still had a long way to go on the martial path, and he needed to continue moving forward. Mu Feng controlled the blue-winged eagle to land on the plaza. He jumped down from the eagle's back and cupped his fists towards Zishan Ho. Reporting to the Marquis, the Dong Fu nation has sent out 1 million soldiers and divided them into 4 groups to invade our Luoxing kingdom. 300,000 of them went to Chang'an County, 300,000 to Nanshan County, 200,000 to Guangling County, and the remaining 200,000 to Zishan County. Normal prefectures had 30 to 50,000 troops. Due to geographical reasons, the prefectures at the border had 100 to 200,000 troops. Zishan Prefecture was close to Green Cloud Mountain and did not have much contact with Dong Fu country. As such, they only had 100,000 troops while the enemy had 200,000. The difference in numbers was huge, and Zishan Prefecture was at a disadvantage. When the students heard this, all of them were indignant and furious. There was no other reason than because the enmity between the Falling Star Kingdom and the Dongfu Kingdom was too great. More than 100 years ago, the Falling Star sect was divided due to the internal strife for the position of sect master. During the time of the internal strife, the East Fu nation took advantage of the situation and invaded the Falling Star Kingdom. They even started a war between the sects, causing the lineage of the sect master of the Falling Star sect to be almost completely annihilated. As for the lineage that failed in the competition for the position of sect master, because they were not the main target, they were lucky enough to escape the calamity. They fought their way out of the Falling Star Kingdom and took refuge for 10 years. And in these 10 years, the entire Luoxing Kingdom's territory was practically occupied by the Dong Fu nation. The Dong Fu nation's army in the Luoxing Kingdom had committed massacres, rapes, robberies, all sorts of crimes. In these 10 years, at least tens of millions of Luoxing Kingdom's people had died at the hands of the Dong Fu nation. That was a tragic and stirring era, an era that the Fallen Star planet couldn't bear to look back on. Fortunately, there was a talented young man, Lin Xiuyuan, in the branch of the Luoxing sect that escaped. In 10 years, he had grown to the level where he could compete with the Dong Fu sovereign. He led the Luoxing sect back, and with the help of the allies, they finally recaptured their territory and drove the Dong Fu nation army out of the Luoxing kingdom's territory. Although the Falling Star sect had been restored and the Falling Star Kingdom had been rebuilt, the hatred between the Falling Star Kingdom and the East supporting kingdom was difficult to erase. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and even now, the two countries were still mortal enemies. After that, there were several wars between the two countries, and even wars between sections. However, neither side was able to gain any advantage, and their national strength was greatly damaged. Thus, they gradually restrained themselves. Although the conflict between the two countries had always existed, a war involving millions of troops had not happened for decades. Zishan Ho frowned and said, "A million soldiers? It has been a long time since the East supporting kingdom deployed troops on such a large scale. What are the arrangements in the capital?" Mu Feng said, "The young lord has already sent Shenwei General Rong Jingshan as the war marshal to lead millions of troops to deal with this war. However, Marshal Rong only sent 50,000 troops to support Zishan County. He said that the army has to stop the enemy's main force in Chang'an County and Nanshan County, so he can only send 50,000 troops to Zishan County. He wants Zishan County to defend its territory and wait for him to destroy the enemy's main force." The Luoxing kingdom was established by and the sovereign was the king. However, the sovereign only managed the affairs of the Falling Star sect. Compared to the major affairs of the sect, the affairs of the Luoxing kingdom were considered small matters. The young lord was the successor of the sovereign. He could be the sovereign's son or disciple. To join the army, the lowest requirement was to be a true martial artist of the 4th level of the martial path. As for the generals, the lowest requirement was to be a master of the 7th level of the martial path. Some of the higher-ranked generals were even at the 8th or 9th level of the martial path. Every additional 10,000 people would significantly increase the strength of the army. Zishan County only had 100,000 troops and 50,000 reinforcements, which was 50,000 less than the enemy. The enemy had 50,000 more troops, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. There were at least 5 more captains of the 9th level of the martial path, 50 more captains of the 8th level of the martial path, and 500 more captains of the 7th level of the martial path. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the two sides was huge. It was extremely difficult for Zishan County to use only 150,000 troops to stop the 200,000 East supporting kingdom's army outside of its territory. Of course, it was not impossible. There were many examples in the history of war where a country with a smaller number won. It was just that they had to defend and not attack. 150,000 troops, although difficult, could be done. Because of this, Rong Jingshan had sent 50,000 troops to Zishan County as reinforcements. If he did not send any troops, it would be impossible for Zishan County's 100,000 troops to stop the enemy, unless Zishan Ho personally went up. However, the level of a country war and a sect war was different. Not only Luoxing country and Dongfu country, but the neighboring countries also had a war agreement. The country war was limited to the 9th level of the martial path. Martial saints could only plan and command, and could not take action. Once they took action, it meant that a sect war had started. This was much higher level than a country war. It would cause a large number of martial saints to die. Whoever started a sect war first would be the sinner of the sect. Zishan Ho thought for a while and said, "Recruit mercenaries in the county city and let them accumulate military merits. They can use their military merits to exchange for martial arts, herbs, weapons, pills, money and other things. Recruit as many mercenaries as you can to fight against the East supporting kingdom's army." "Yes, Master Ho." Mu Feng accepted the order and left on the green-winged eagle, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Zishan Ho stood on the highest floor of the VIP building. Looking down, he said, "The battlefield has always been a place where experts come out. Without high cultivation talent, wanting to stand out and surpass the geniuses? There is only one way, go to the battlefield. Without high martial arts talent, wanting to have outstanding battle strength and be invincible in the same realm? There is only one way, go to the battlefield. Only in the midst of life and death can a true expert be created. The battlefield is the place to temper life and death. There, you may die, but there is also the possibility of becoming stronger. Students, if you want to become stronger and have the courage to face life and death, then go to the battlefield and kill the east supporting dogs. His voice surged and spread in all directions. Everyone heard it clearly. I want to go to the battlefield and kill the east supporting dogs. I'll go. I'll go too. No matter where it was, there would always be people with hot-blooded hearts. Immediately, many students spoke up and were willing to go to the battlefield. First, to temper themselves, second, to kill the east supporting dogs. However, although everyone hated the people of East Fu, the battlefield was not a safe place. Not everyone had the courage to face life and death. Most of the students remained silent. I'm willing to go. Yixing took a step forward and said. As a visitor from Earth, Yixing did not understand the grudges between the Luoxing kingdom and the East supporting kingdom. However, he believed that the battlefield produced the strongest. His martial arts attainments were superb, his archery attainments were profound, and his super brain had a large number of martial arts secret manuals. However, until now, Yixing had not fully mastered them. His cultivation was sufficient, and his knowledge of martial arts was sufficient. The reason why he had not fully mastered them was because Yixing knew that his battle experience was still too little. Therefore, now that he had the opportunity, he should go to the battlefield to gain experience. He believed that with his strength, as long as he wasn't surrounded by thousands of soldiers, no one would be able to stop him in the Kingdom War. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. Therefore, he was still very safe. Unlike ordinary soldiers, who had a 50-50 chance of dying in a battle, it was too dangerous. I'll go too. Seeing that Yixing wanted to go to the battlefield to sharpen himself, Wei Qingxian also spoke up. She was a very strong person. Since Yixing dared to go, she was naturally not afraid. This was because Yixing and Wei Qingxian, the two first and second-ranked geniuses, were not afraid of death. They were willing to go to the battlefield to sharpen themselves. This made some students who were hesitant feel ashamed. Other geniuses dared to go through dangers just to become stronger. My potential is far from theirs. If I don't dare to go through life and death situations, how can I become stronger in the future? How can I have a higher status in my family? With this thought, there were suddenly a few students who spoke up one after another. They were also willing to go to the battlefield to sharpen themselves. As a result, almost 40% of the students chose to go to the battlefield. As for the teachers in the academy, they were not willing to go. It depended on the allocation of the academy. Zishan County was in a dangerous situation. Most of the teachers had to go to the battlefield. Only a few could stay in the academy. In the end, Zishan Academy decided that Wu Yunshan and Wang Haiqing, the two vice principals, would be the leaders. Among them, 3 9th-layer teachers, 38th-layer teachers and deacons, and 547 students would participate in the battle. In one day, Zishan Marquis residents recruited more than 10,000 mercenaries. Along with the teachers and students of Zishan Academy, they rushed to the border of Dongshan City. When Yixing and the others arrived at Dongshan City, the Dongfu army had already arrived a day earlier. They were resting in the mountains more than 10 li outside the city. The Dongfu army had a large number of people while the Luoxing army had a small number of people. Naturally, they had to rely on Dongshan City for defense. They did not take the initiative to attack. On the first day, there were more than 20 individual battles between the two sides. On the second day, the Dongfu army still did not launch a large-scale attack. They continued to send people to challenge. Outside Dongshan City, early in the morning, a mighty voice came. Does your Luoxing kingdom have a warrior of the 7th layer of the martial path who wants to fight with me, Ishii Shou? When this voice came, the soldiers in Dongshan City were immediately shocked. It's this Ishii Shou again. Yesterday, he killed 5 centurions of the 7th layer of the martial path. Damn it,
This Ishii Shou's body refining technique is very high. Even a master of the 8th layer of the martial path may not be able to win against him. Who in the 7th layer of the martial path can be his opponent? Motherf *Ker, he challenged us in front of the city, but no one on our side accepted the challenge. Not only did it ruin our reputation, it also lowered our morale. If someone had accepted the challenge, they wouldn't have been a match for him. What, in the dignified Luo Xing kingdom, there is no martial path master who dares to fight with me, Ishii Shou? Could it be that they were all cowards? Ha ha ha. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.